I got vaccinated for the people who can't.
I got vaccinated because I want to be part of the solution. I love Mendocino County, and I want us to be able to live our lives again and build stronger communities.
I got vaccinated because I believe in science. I want to protect my community, my patients, and my family. I want to do my part for others, for children who should be in school, for frontline workers who we so depend on, and for the millions of people worldwide who lost their lives to COVID this last year.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community.
Not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
Los latinos componemos el 25% de los habitantes del condado. Aún así, la mitad de los casos del COVID somos nosotros. Nuestra comunidad depende mucho de la población hispana. Desafortunadamente, no recibimos la protección necesaria, así que es importante que nos cuidemos uno al otro. De este modo, no perderemos a nuestros seres queridos y podremos disfrutar de nuestras reuniones familiares.
We are our ancestors' children, and we carry their intergenerational traumas attached to trusting the government and vaccinations. I can say I lived through a pandemic by choosing to get vaccinated. I chose to get vaccinated because I had to be a good leader and example for my people. I also got vaccinated to protect my daughter, who has a compromised immune system. I urge you to get vaccinated to become a protector of our elders and Native community.
We're going to call the meeting of the Board of Supervisors into session. And would you like to conduct the roll call?
Yes. Supervisor McGordy?
Here.
Supervisor Haschak?
Here.
Supervisor Mulherin?
Here.
Supervisor Williams?
Here.
And Chair Jordy?
Here. Okay, next, pledge allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, a couple announcements. Item 3C has been withdrawn at the request of the department. And item 4A on Jack State Forest will be heard in the afternoon session at 1:30. So next on our agenda is item 3A, which is discussion and possible action, including approval of agreement with Manning and costs for legal assistance for the Mendocino County Sheriff's Office in the amount of up to $50,000 effective November 16th, 2021 through June 30th, 2022. This is being brought back to the board by legal counsel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Christian Curtis, County Counsel. So this item relates to the Sheriff's prior request for conflict counsel. Just to recap very briefly, The Office of County Counsel provides legal advice and representation to the county and all of its officers and departments. Generally speaking, that doesn't create any sort of conflict of interest or even really a potential of a conflict of interest because the client is always the county. And the courts have actually held that even when an attorney or a county counsel is representing an elected official in their official capacity, that doesn't create a conflict down the road between them and the board in these sorts of situations. However, there's a relatively narrow exception that does apply when one arm of the county has the legal authority to go ahead and to sue another arm of the county. And so the mere fact that officials may disagree doesn't in and of itself create a conflict. There's quite often disagreements, but when there are disagreements about the scope of their relative legal authorities, and they're actually empowered to go ahead and sue each other over that issue, then county counsel can't represent sort of both sides of the conflict at the same time. The sheriff had requested counsel to address some issues along those lines, specifically related to IT and to some budgetary concerns. County counsel did concur that that would create a conflict. Essentially, if the sheriff wanted to be looking at what remedies, even if he doesn't actually sue, if he wants to be looking at what remedies he might have against the board with respect to those issues. Now, at the time it initially came forward, however, the board had some concerns. They're really twofold. One was that the board didn't particularly feel comfortable with the sheriff's preferred counsel of the law offices of Duncan James, and then the other was some questions about sort of the scope. And before the board ended up settling on anything, Sheriff Kendall filed a proceeding in the Superior Court asking the court to sort of compel the board to appoint his chosen counsel. And while that was proceeding, the court sort of held off and waited for the board to make some of its own choices, its own selections. If you recall, the board had actually asked me, after it was clear that the board wasn't comfortable with the law offices of Duncan James, the board asked me to go out and to come up with a range of some names. We'd come forward with 4. And ultimately, what the board had said was that it was willing to contract with any of the 4, whichever one the sheriff was most comfortable with. But that if the sheriff wasn't going to make any selection and the board did have to choose one, it was going to be Manning and Cass. So the board had given that direction sort of at that time, but didn't go so far as to execute the contract. At this point, I'm recommending that even though the proceeding is still pending, the board go ahead and enter into the contract, in part because I've represented to the court that the board is willing to do this and willing to take this step, which has some certain legal significance in the proceeding itself. But given the length of time that's elapsed, the board's obligation is ministerial. So really, once the sheriff makes the request, and once the board determines that there is a conflict and that the sheriff needs those services for the performance of his duty, it has an obligation to go ahead and enter into the contract without sort of waiting for further direction from the court. In order to make sure that the board is sort of adequately discharging its duties and also really, to be frank, preserving all appropriate arguments for appeal or otherwise, I'm recommending that the board go ahead and follow through with the contract. Now, we've advised everyone that the sheriff may well not utilize these services. He may choose to wait until after the current proceeding is resolved, see what the court orders in that case. Outside counsel is aware of this. They understand that may happen. They also understand, depending upon how the proceeding goes, we might end up having to terminate this contract without ever having actually utilized their services. But I do think this is a step that the board is obligated to take. Frankly, I'm concerned that if the board weren't to take this step at this time, that the representations I previously made to the court might appear disingenuous given the length of time that has elapsed here. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Hey, do we have any questions from board members? Okay, I do see Under Sheriff Darrell Brewster. Would you have any comments?
Thank you, Chair Dirty, and good morning to the board members and CEO Angelo. The sheriff's adamantly against this moving forward without his involvement. I believe, as any citizen would be, the sheriff has the absolute right to be present during these discussions, and that's all he's asking for. He contacted County Counsel Curtis regarding this issue and advised Mr. Curtis that he'd be out of the area, and this trip that he's on has been scheduled for almost a year, and he doesn't have service. So he's just requesting this be pushed off for 7 days. When this was brought up to County Counsel Curtis, it was denied. And the sheriff also advised that he would toll this matter, meaning that he would waive any right that he has to have anything negative done towards the board because of a timing issue. County Counsel Curtis also denied that. Mr. Curtis also stated that to the sheriff that the reason why this was happening was because of a pending lawsuit. There is no pending lawsuit. He's asking for a right to counsel, and that's it. So there's nothing that I know of before any judge or anywhere else that has anything to do with a lawsuit. The judge has put this case under submission. She has 90 days to reply. That timeline hasn't been exceeded. If the board moves forward on this, in my opinion, it looks like an end around the court proceedings and the jurisdiction of the court. So I'm hoping that the board members will take that into notice and just give 7 more days so the sheriff could be here to actually talk with you regarding this issue. Thank you.
Supervisor McGordy.
Councilor Curtis, what's the downside of waiting 7 more days?
Thank you. Let me respond to the chair. There's a few things. First of all, I was contacted by Mr. McMullen, who is the attorney for the sheriff in the current action that he has against the board. I would note, there was a little bit of a question as to, I think there was a statement made there that there is no lawsuit. The lawsuit I'm referring to is the action that is in front of the judge right now, asking that the board be compelled to provide the sheriff with his attorney of choice. So what Mr. McMullen had said to me was essentially that he would like there to be a delay so that he could seek an injunction to prevent the court, or to prevent the board from going forward with this, and prevent the board from taking this action. I frankly think that would be a bit wasteful. To the extent that this is relevant in the proceedings, I think it's a step the board needs to take. I don't know that it's really going to be dispositive necessarily. I actually think that the board has already indicated its willingness to the court to be taking this step. This is just sort of perfecting that and preserving this argument. But it was relatively clear that we would have to be responding to some additional motion practice. That there was going to be a request for a further order against the board, sort of preventing the board from entering into any contract. And frankly, I think that would be wasteful from a perspective of the legal fees, and I don't believe it would be to the advantage of the board to go ahead and to be taking that step. Frankly, all of the reasons that were articulated in terms of I would say potential harm, as it was argued to me, were essentially just concerns from Mr. McMullen that taking this step would sort of weaken his arguments to the court. And viewed through that lens, I really I can't see any reason to say that it would be advisable for the board to hold off.
Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, for counsel, if the sheriff doesn't use this attorney, is it accurate to say the county would have no cost?
That is correct.
So we're not putting out $50,000 today. We're just authorizing it should the sheriff decide he needs legal advice.
That is correct. On legal advice and representation on the subjects listed in the agreement.
Understood. And can we ask the undersheriff, are those matters still in dispute that are listed in the agreement? Is that the correct scope?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, do we have any other board member questions? Do we have any members of the public who wish to comment on this item?
Yes, we do.
On the line is Ron Edwards.
Thank you. Good morning, supervisors. Thank you, Supervisor Williams, for asking that question, because I was concerned that the board would be responsible for fees to this law firm if this was resolved. And I would hope that this would be resolved. I mean, I'm not sure what the holdup is in the negotiations on this, but the county is looking at potential a lot of money, which seems that this should be something that could be solved, I hope, with an agendized item rather than such an expense in a lawsuit. I would hope that the sheriff's office and the board would continue working to resolve this issue. Thank you.
And that concludes public comment.
Okay. Supervisor Hashak.
Thank you, Chair Jurdy. So to Christian Curtis, County Council, in respect to what Ron Edwards just asked about resolution to this, so if the resolution is that the court deems that the sheriff gets his own counsel of his own choice, then that would be a way of, that would be a resolution in itself of this contract, right?
Thank you. If I may respond to the chair. And first of all, my apologies. I'm still having a little bit of difficulties with the microphone. But so yes, that is generally correct, Supervisor Hashak. You know, what I would say is that there's really sort of two sets of issues here, right? The current lawsuit has to do with essentially the selection of counsel for the purposes of representing the sheriff. That if the court makes a determination on that, and it essentially selects a different firm, depending upon you know what may then happen in terms of any appeal rights, it may be necessary to go ahead and to terminate the existing contract without it ever having been utilized. That's a very distinct possibility. I think when we talk about resolution, however, I think there's also a little bit of a question as to the resolution of the underlying issues for which the sheriff has requested counsel. You know, I don't know that I can speak to that at this time. I think you know, there's sort of an indication that you know, after he has an attorney, you know, then we'll have some sense as to whether or not that'll be again, the only reason for an attorney would be to be exploring any remedies against the board. So so hopefully those could be resolved, you know, relatively quickly once he has an attorney, maybe through some discussions. But certainly there's it sounds like there's a desire to make sure that he's got the representation first, and that frankly strikes me as pretty reasonable.
Right, and I guess the resolution that Ron Edwards was probably talking about was more resolution of the issues that are brought forth that we referred to earlier. And I think that, you know, the resolution should be like talking with the board and trying to clear these issues up, you know, between the sheriff and the board without need of these, you know, outside counsel. That would be my hope.
Supervisor Hashak, I think we all share that hope. I don't think any of us want to see Mendocino County tax dollars unnecessarily spent on legal fees.
Right.
Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, Supervisor Hashak, thank you for speaking for all of us. I move the recommended action.
Second it.
Okay. I just see Under Sheriff Bridger raise his hand. I do want to just give you one last comment. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Jurdy. The other thing that I would point out is this is I believe it's an LA law firm. And so the meet and greet, I would hope would be in person, which would, I believe, probably be a 3-day venture, flying up, being here and then leaving, where we would have to pay for that process if they were used. I'm not saying that they would be. That's not for me to say. This is regarding the sheriff, not anything to do with excuse me, with me. But I know the sheriff would definitely want to meet in person with the people that are going to be representing them or representing him if it did move forward that way. Thank you.
All right, thanks. Supervisor Mulhern?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to say, it's really unfortunate that the sheriff isn't here today, but this is the firm that I felt would be able to best represent the sheriff and quickly remedy the concerns that he has over the couple of conflicts. I think that is what our residents are looking for, the swiftest remedy. So I do support this particular legal firm. I think they have the expertise to be able to move us forward.
Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, I would hope that meet and greet could be done by Zoom or telephone. The idea of bringing attorneys for 3 days on site, I don't think the public supports that. And it'll be authorized and it's up to the sheriff. I don't think that's the best idea. I would find a way to do it without a cost.
Okay, I see a hand raised in the chambers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just two additional things I want to be aware of. One is that the selection of the firm, even though it was an LA firm, was because that was what the board had previously directed as its choice based on their expertise. And I do want to let the board know we did get the firm to agree to a cap on travel time with respect to each trip. I'm looking for it right now in the agreement, but I believe it was a cap of 4 hours of billing for any required travel. So they were reasonable on that front.
Okay, thanks for that bit of information. Can we have roll call?
Can I clarify that the second was McGordy?
That's what I heard.
Supervisor McGordy, your audio was low.
You're muted, Mr. McGordy.
Yes. Is that better?
Yeah.
On my audio?
Yes, thank you. Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
Supervisor Haschak?
Yes.
Chair Jurdy?
Yes.
Supervisor Mulherin?
Yes.
And Supervisor McGordy?
Yes.
Okay, and next on our agenda is public expression on non-agenda items. Do we have any members of the public who wish to express comment on non-agenda items?
Yes.
First in the line is Michael Katz, followed by Paul Hansberry.
Good morning, supervisors. This is Michael Katz, Executive Director of the Mendocino Cannabis Alliance. I'm calling this morning to speak with you about the local jurisdiction assistance grant. As was discussed last week, that grant will be going into the state by the end of the day. We have not seen any updates to the draft that was proposed last week. And based on comments that were made during the meeting last week, we have some concerns about items that may not be included and certain items that may be included. And so we had sent a memo over for your consideration that includes some language that we feel is really important to make sure gets into the grant specifically, so there's no confusion when it comes time to execute. This language is related to direct grants for provisional license holders. We want to make sure that it's clear that the county is intending for direct grants to go to these license holders, and that it is a specific intent of the county to continue refining the grant as needs are better understood by both applicants and the county. We want to make sure that it's listed in there that the county's intent is to allocate funds specifically to support equity operators. As we understand, a substantial amount of those funds was allocated to us because of the existence of our equity program. We want to make sure that funds are allocated to amend and evaluate 10A17 to add the discretionary permitting pathway that is no longer available to existing operators. We want to make sure that we change some language like the fee deferral program to a fee waiver program. And we want to make sure to remove the power score and all satellite imagery items, as those are currently listed for up to nearly $700,000 in grant funds. And neither of those items actually directly support provisional licensees transitioning to annuals. Specifically, satellite imagery is also already being utilized in the county, and the grant specifically disallows funding for enforcement efforts. While the state may wind up being flexible after the grant has been proposed, what we have seen in the past is that with limited staff and time, changes are often more difficult than we would like, as we have seen with the equity program. To this point, there's still been no direct grant funds given, and we don't want to see that happen with this grant program. So it's incredibly important that we make sure that these items are built in to the application from the beginning. We recommend a distribution of funds for 50% of direct grants, 50% of the grant fund to go to direct grants for applicants, 25% of the grant funds to go to the MCP, and then for the remaining 25% to be allocated based on the most effective uses of the funds from those two other areas. We suggest 75% of the funds be made available within the first year because this is a front-loaded issue, and we appreciate your consideration and hope you build these into the grant application.
Supervisor Williams, do you have a question or comment?
Yeah, just a comment, and I don't want to turn this into cannabis item because it's public expression, not on agenda. But I do want to convey that I think there's a lot of conflict between cannabis community, cannabis associations, and the county and the Board of Supervisors that doesn't really need to exist. Just like cultivators are having a really hard time getting through the state's legal framework, county is having a really hard time with it. We're not funded, we're not built for this type of endeavor. And all of the recommendations that are received are read, and we are making attempts to follow through. I expect there will be direct grants. I would be surprised if there's not about $10 million for that endeavor. I don't know if all of the recommendations make sense. I don't know if all are legal, like trying to fit a discretionary program into 10A17. I'm hearing that. I don't know if the county will ultimately be able to act on it, but it's not because the board or the county or staff is conspiring against cultivators. We all want to see as many as possible make it through to the legal market. We recognize these are people who are brave, stepped forward into an uncertain, onerous regulatory framework, and we want to see them be successful. So it's my hope going forward, instead of having cannabis public expression tied into all sorts of unrelated ideas, that we can find a better way to work together. Thank you.
Supervisor Hashak.
Thank you, Chair Jurdy. Is it possible to have a report at some point during the day from the cannabis program about this $18 million local jurisdiction assistance grant? Because there has been really, it's been a real rush job. And I think that, we do need to provide information and see if those comments from MCA are appropriate.
Okay, so I don't know if the cannabis program can jump into the meeting just at this moment, but certainly putting the request to see. I do see Kristen joining the meeting, so maybe she can comment at this point.
Hello, supervisors and members of the public. I'm Kristen Neville here, Cannabis Program Director. I am happy to answer questions, or I can walk you through the budget that we prepared over the weekend. I'm not sure how the board would prefer that I proceed. So I'll take a little guidance and then move forward.
Just looking at County Council just briefly, is it okay if Kristen just reports to the public on her budget, as long as we don't take action?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would recommend maybe just a very brief report and try not to go into too much detail. There is some Brown Act authority that says essentially briefings can be something that may require notice. Although there's also an ability for things like the CEO's report, supervisors' reports, et cetera. So I think as long as it's relatively brief and the board takes no action or engages in no discussion, I think you're going to be okay.
Okay. Excuse me, I'm sorry. Please, Chair Charity.
No, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So I'll keep it really brief, and if I step outside or verge outside of those boundaries as set forth by County Council, please do pause me. So the budget itself is broken into four essential components, or three essential components. One looks at personnel costs, direct technical assistance personnel costs, and then contractual costs. We have not fully completed the staffing personnel costs, as we're still calculating a cartographer planner salary and benefits rate. However, what we're projecting is minus that rate is $760,224.57 for staffing costs. Those staffing costs will largely be spent in the 2021-2022 fiscal year, and then additional funds will be spent in the 2022-2023 fiscal year to ensure that we can process phase 1 and phase 2 applications and their CEQA documentation prior to the June 30th, 2023 deadline to have those materials completed so that folks or our applicants in permit pool are eligible for provisional license renewal. We are projecting currently approximately $2,205,655.50 in contractual labor expenses to help bolster the county's or the department's ability to process these applications and CEQA documents in a timely manner. Again, those funds will also be spent down in the fiscal years of 2021-22, and then secondarily in the fiscal year of 2022-23. Indirect administrative costs for overseeing the grant program is spread out over 4 years in the budget, and includes keeping the overview and the underwriting of any direct grants that we issue within the program. We do anticipate that most of the direct grants will be construction related, which means that we are wanting to keep them in-house, or has led us to believe that keeping them in-house for underwriting and review of all direct grant applications is most appropriate, so that we can make sure that the proper permits and are in place for awardees to conduct those land use improvements. We're looking at oversight being spent over 4 years to the tune of $1,024,895 and some change. Indirect administrative costs really include the programs that were outlined last week in the goals and outcomes section of the application. Those goals and outcomes have not changed. The budget was put together to include $10,473,468 in direct grants. Those direct grants are largely projected to be allocated in this fiscal year, 2021-22, and then a lesser amount in 2022-2023 fiscal year, and then wrapped up in the 2023-2024 fiscal year. We do agree with MCA that there is a need to get these direct grant funds out as soon as possible, with the hopes that folks will be able to utilize those direct grant funds for this coming work season, which is going to be really, I think, crucially important for assisting folks in meeting less than significant impacts for the purposes of completing the Appendix G checklist process. Those monies, with the incomplete components that are not yet in here as far as the budget, should total $18,084,837, which is the amount that was allocated to the state. We did keep the aerial imagery and the power score in there. I'm happy to answer any questions, but I haven't changed the justifications that were presented in the goals and needs statement. And we do believe that both of those programs directly assist applicants in achieving annual licensure, as well as finalizing their permits and their Appendix G paperwork with the county. So I'll pause and see if there's questions or if additional information is requested.
Any additional questions or comments? Well, thank you, Kristen, for providing the update. Okay. Do we have any other public comments and non-agenda items?
Next on the line is Paul Hansberry.
Hello, this is Paul Hansberry, and I wanted to speak about the grant, and a lot of my questions and comments have already been addressed, both by Kristen and by Michael Katz from MCP. However, I'd like to reiterate that this is a grant program, and one of the glaring issues that I have is that the language that they're talking about fee deferrals as opposed to fee waivers. I don't understand why they would be considered a deferral to be paid back later on rather than a waiver. But I would strongly encourage transparency. I know that with the existing grant program, with the equity grant program, there is a lot of surprises to the applicants. There are things that well, let's just say they haven't gone as well as the applicants have expected. They didn't know what they were getting themselves into, what to do, and the communication was very poor. We'd like to know have the program outlined before the application starts so that the applicants know what they're getting themselves into, and what's going to be required so that they're not wasting everybody's time. So please, any efforts to formalize the language and make it as clear as possible so that the applicants can understand it would be greatly appreciated. Thank you very much.
Next, we have a voicemail.
Susan Tibbin, lovingly and legally. Item, public expression regarding local jurisdiction assistance grant application. Hello, this is Susan Tibbin, Chair, Supervisors, staff. Thank you for this opportunity to offer public expression regarding the local jurisdiction assistance grant application on November 15th, 2021. We are extremely concerned about the vague nature of the existing language. We're really struggling, and we need your assurance that local licensees have full board support. An example of the need for clarity and support is the draft language referencing a fee deferral program. Is this fee deferral or is this fee waiver? There's a huge difference. We implore you to give us clarity and hope. Please adopt in full the language of the Mendocino Cannabis Alliance letter, items 1 through 8, the Alliance's letter of 14 November 2021. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
That concludes public expression.
Thank you. All right, well, the next on our agenda is item 4B, which is discussion of possible action, including acceptance of an update regarding the strategic planning process, and that's brought forward by Supervisors Hashak and McGorty.
Well, I think Supervisor McGorty should speak to it because he's been attending all the strategic planning task force meetings.
I have. So we're moving right along. That's about all I can say is that we're trying to stick to our schedule, and the next significant phase will be doing some employee surveying via email, and we have BJ Bishop and Gary Hockman here online to talk, so I would like them to describe the process. BJ, you're muted.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I would like to go ahead and share our PowerPoint with you, if that's okay with you, Chair Gertie. Is that all right?
Go ahead.
Okay, great. Great, thank you. So we just want to update you, since the last time we spoke with you was September, about what we've been doing to update the strategic plan. And we really want to thank you for your feedback that you've given us. And we now have 4 priority areas, which you saw last time. We'll be describing those. One has changed slightly. We have 17 goals we've identified and a variety of objectives. We've made a point to be sure that the objectives are specific, and that we're looking at programs and recommendations that they really don't impact the budget that much. We had gotten feedback from some supervisors that we really needed to pay attention to the available resources to make this actionable. So we just really want to thank you for your attention, and we're going to go ahead and get started. Gary, go ahead and just remind everyone about the process and where we are.
Thank you. Well, welcome, supervisors. This slide is really a contextual one, and we're just reviewing it just to reset that context and make sure we're all on the same page. The left-hand side refers to our timeline. We are largely on time, largely on schedule. We're in the October to November timeframe now, collecting employee and community input. The employees have gathered in focus groups. We've also done some key informant interviews, and we're launching a survey in the coming week. We're also going out to the community, and we're convening community groups and different stakeholder groups, from tribes to ranchers to nonprofits to healthcare, et cetera. And we'll be talking a little more about that in just a few minutes. Once we do that, we'll integrate the information we receive and start moving towards finalizing the plan. This point in our process, again, is a checkpoint to make sure that you understand where we're at in our timeline, but also another opportunity for you to provide feedback to us. On the right-hand side of the page is the plan hierarchy. And again, it's just useful to land here to refresh, how the plan is designed. The 4 areas that BJ referred to are the strategic pillars or the strategic priorities. So those are the broad areas upon which the plan is built. And then the goals. The goals are the broader outcomes that we want to achieve. Those have remained largely unchanged, but those help us to align resources, align our efforts, et cetera. And then under that is the level of objectives. And so the objectives are those concrete stepping stones. And to BJ's point, your feedback, as well as the task force and the employees' feedback, helped us focus those with even more clarity and more specificity. We won't be doing action planning or budgeting as part of this. That's beyond the scope of our project, but we will leave you with some templates and some ideas for how to move forward with that. But I think you'll see that a lot of the objectives we've created are highly actionable and should lead you into a pretty clear planning process.
Thank you, Gary. Let's go ahead and make sure that we let you know who everyone is on the task force. We've been working really closely with a task force, meeting with them every other week, as well as emails in between. And Supervisor McGorty, firsthand, and Supervisor Hashek, how we've been working with the task force. And our project manager, Ann Mulgard, we're really grateful for her support throughout all this, and just wanted to make sure that we publicly thank the members of the task force. They're very engaged, they're very committed, and they really have pushed us to be bold in the plan and to be specific as well. So I think that's really important for us to remember going forward, that they want to make sure that what we propose and what we work on together is something not just actionable, but something that's really like that stake in the sand out there that really allows us to achieve greatness as a county. So let me share with you the accomplishments that we've done since the last time we've met. And as I mentioned before, we've been meeting with the task force. We conducted a meeting with the executive office and got their input on the plan. We conducted individual interviews with county government leaders that were nominated by the task force. We conducted 5 specific focus groups on a variety of topics, but each one of the focus groups really focused on the whole plan, but then we dug deep into one specific pillar or another based on the individuals invited to that focus group, all employees. We also, and they were nominated by the department heads. We also had a focus group with the leadership initiative. And so that was great to get their feedback on the entire plan. And then we've developed, under the 4 priorities, we've developed 17 specific goals, and each goal has about 2 to 8 actionable objectives. And you've seen that in the document that you received for this agenda item. And then a strategy to obtain community input. So we're working on that. Supervisor Williams, did you have a question?
Yeah, but I can hold if you want to keep.
Okay, I'll just keep going if you want. And this will just, well, no, why don't you go ahead and ask now? That's okay.
Yeah, so initially I wasn't excited about this plan, but once the board decided, had to move to 100% in. That's how we work. Once the majority speaks, we all get behind it. So one of my overarching concerns, and it's shifted from 2018. In 2018, people would ask me, what do you think the county's priorities are? Having seen the county up close, it's been breathtaking for me. And to give you one example that I think is representational of the whole, Supervisor Mulhern and I met with our DOT director last week. And he pointed to the California statewide local streets and roads needs assessment, highlighting that Mendocino County is towards the bottom of the list. I think we may be at the bottom on the PCI index. And to correct that, we need about $698 million. We put under $6 million a year towards roads. So I'm highlighting this because there are a lot of topics I want down on the strategic plan that I think the public wants. But there's a gap between what we want and what we can actually afford. And I would like to find a way to capture that in the strategic plan, not down to the operational level, but just be mindful of the number one issue in Mendocino County is the budget. It's the finances. No matter what area of county government I look at, the numbers just don't work going forward. And I don't think we're going to see federal or hopefully infrastructure bill will help us, but in the long term, I don't see state or federal funding sources. And the reality expressed by staff is, say for roads, some of our roads may go back to gravel. You look at the numbers, and that's the reality. And so I'm wondering where is it appropriate to have those discussions in the context of ensuring that our strategic plan is backed by financial reality?
That's a good question. And we'll look at that under the 4th priority, specifically in the area of roads. Throughout this plan, you'll see that the staff has talked about having a concerted effort for writing grants and obtaining grants. And there's a feeling amongst county employees, and it certainly may be true, that the county's leaving a lot of money on the table because the staff doesn't have the capacity to go after those grants and to source those grants. Gary, any comments from you?
No, I would echo that. I think we've heard that numerous times. And I think to the extent that you, Supervisor Williams, or your colleagues see some specific objectives and actions even that we could take, let's build those into the plan. We aren't experts on getting that money. We can certainly write some of that into the plan, which we're trying to do based on the employee input. But if you have other ideas that can influence the outcome of this plan relative to generating more funds, let's do it.
I think that's a great direction. I can take that answer. Additionally, I would like for us to capture where we think we have massive holes, even if we don't have an answer. If we're $10 million under for a department, let's capture that so that we can highlight to the public why we're making trade-offs, that we recognize we can't do everything and we're trying to prioritize public values. And that means in some areas we just don't have enough because we need to save it for another more critical component.
Yeah, I would just add on to that because I think it's really wise to keep that in front of everybody. Strategic planning is about choice. And we talked about this, I think, last time we presented. We can't boil the ocean and do everything. So there's some really tough choices we need to make. And somehow we need to highlight that in the context or introduction of the plan to be clear about what can and can't be accomplished in the coming years.
Absolutely. Supervisor McGorty.
Well, I've long advocated for Department of Contracts and Grants or Division of Contracts and Grants within our financial system because, larger institutions do that. The University of California has a whole branch that's dedicated to that because higher education lives and dies by grants. And we really don't have capacity. I've heard that over and over again from different departments saying, we'd like to do that. We just simply can't. We don't really have the people to help us. We couldn't administer the grant if we got it because we just don't have capacity. So Ted, you've hit on something I think is really important. And hopefully that'll come out in the strategic plan and be something we address.
BJ, do you want to mention that at this point about the, how the suggestions are coming in about more collaboration across department?
Yes, exactly. That seems to be the trend that you'll see as we go through these and possibly what you've already identified looking through the document you were sent ahead of time. And you'll see throughout the plan that there are key places to collaborate, cross-departmental collaboration, including on grants. And that really seems to be what people are asking for, to really figure out how we can work across departmental lines. Seems to be a huge area for improvement needed. So let's go ahead and continue on. And also, I just want to let you know, supervisors, right after this meeting, I'll be sending you the document that you got ahead of time with the different specific objectives. We'll send that to you as a Word version. So if you wanted to track changes specifically and send them back to us or make comments in red, I know some of you like to do that and just send them back to us. We really appreciate that and need that at this point in the process. So let me continue on, if I could. The next thing we want to look at is the strategic priorities. We just want to point those out to you. You've seen them before, but we've changed one of them. In the center, we have an effective county government organization. And part of that, certainly to Supervisor McGorty's point, would be to have increased grant funding and really concerted resources toward that. And we can really expand that actually in the next version. And then we have a safe and healthy county as another important pillar or priority, a prepared and resilient county. And before we had a livable economy, but the people on the task force said, a livable economy, that's nothing to strive for. We need something more than that. So we changed it to a thriving economy, that we are thriving. So let's go ahead and dig into what those priorities are. And we're going to start with that first one, which is really the cornerstone of everything that we're talking about with the plan, and that's an effective county government organization.
So we are going to do just a quick review over these 4 priority areas that BJ just introduced. We're not going to go through a lot of detail, but we'll also highlight some specific objectives in each of the categories as well, just to give you a feel for how the plan is developing. And then, as BJ mentioned, you have all the specifics, and we would love your feedback on any and all parts. I don't think it's would be an exaggeration to say we've heard more about this priority than probably all the others combined. Certainly, it's on the lips of every employee, and many of you in our initial interviews also identified the importance of getting government right. And that starts at your level and working with your executives, but it also includes developing a culture and engaging, rewarding and respectful culture in which people want to work. And so we've heard quite a bit about this and the broad goals, the A, B, C, and then there's 3 more under this category as well. All speak to how government functions, how the organization works to serve its employees, but also the community. And so there's elements in there that have to do with recruitment, which many of you and the staff have said we're almost at a crisis point relative to attracting and retaining great people. Elements that have to do with culture, elements that have to do with trust, elements that have to do with inclusion and equity as well. So 6 broad goals there. And we're just going to double click and kind of show you then the level of the objectives that are underneath one of these goals. So here's an example of a list of objectives that support the goal of DEI. So again, we're in pillar of priority 1, effective government organization. There's 6 goals. This is the third one, implement new approaches to demonstrate our commitment to diversity, equity, and inclusion. And that goal is written broadly so that many different objectives can help satisfy it. And the objectives, again, are stepping stones, concrete stepping stones to achieving the goal. And so you can see at this level, we've really tried to make it much more specific, because the feedback we got from you all was, it looks a little too vague. And the task force had been reinforcing that as well as the employees. So we've tried to make it much more specific. In some cases, people looked at it and said, we don't know what to do. So again, we've tried to make these much more actionable. And then with respect to resources, some of these look too costly. And so we've tried to make, frame all these so that they're within reach without a lot of additional budget commitments. So here you can get a flavor for the specificity and how actionable they are. Adopting definitions, create a shared understanding of DEI, launch training for county leadership, beginning with the board and CAO/CEO, hire an equity officer, create a plan, and so on. So this is an example of the level of objectives and how we've tried to refine them and make them within reach. And so when we're done, people can say, all right, let's figure out who's going to accomplish these by when, the action planning.
Carrie, one thing also to point out, goal F, which is assure financial sustainability for the county. Just wanted to point that out. If you want to look at your documents that you were given ahead of time, the details of that, really look to Supervisor McGordy's point of creating a collective approach to grant funding, so that we really do make a concerted effort to look for grants, do the research, build the capacity to write the grants and win the grants. There's a lot of competitive grants out there that you only get when you have really good grant writers on your team.
Yeah, and I think people were feeling like they have been going at it alone. So there's this idea of how do we do this in more of a cohort fashion, where we have service clusters working together to go after the money, and perhaps grant writers hired by the county that we can leverage collectively for the greater good.
Right. And I had seen an RFP in the past from the county for a grant writer, and I don't know what the status of that was, but I know that that's on the radar of some of the folks in your county already. So any questions on this one before we go to the next? And we're going to leave lots of time at the end for comments and feedback. Any questions on this?
Just a real quick comment on item F is that our water program is being totally grant driven, and we've reached out to a couple of different vendors to help us with writing grants, because the turnaround time is so quick. And where we have our mini water agency, Department of Transportation, Howard is already totally overwhelmed. So his capacity to respond to these things is difficult. So we're working locally with LACO and then Larry Walker and Associates for grant writing, because they have they're specialized in it. They know not only the grant processes, but they also know the people who are granting money at the Department of Water Resources and State Water Resource Control Board. So that's kind of an example of how we could also work. It's not like we have to build necessarily a complete infrastructure for this, but we can contract out. So just have to be a little bit entrepreneurial as we look at the issues that we're addressing.
Great idea. Point well taken. Let's move to the next one if we could. And that is looking at safe and healthy county. And as you look at this one, it really does focus on those departments that were broken up, basically looking at public health, behavioral health, looking at serving the needs of individuals, and really ways of, back to what Gary had said earlier, and the importance of collaborating to create a safe and healthy county. And then we added one which to help people feel safe in their communities. That wasn't in any former versions that you've seen, really looking at ways that we can have new approaches to public safety that really involve the community and that work across departments to reduce recidivism, incarceration, also ways to increase citizen engagement is really important. So those are some things that we have in that people feeling safe in their community. And then the fifth one there is really about having a healthy environment, a sustainable environment, and stewardship of natural resources, and things like reducing the carbon footprint, looking at new strategies for sustainable water supplies, thinking through what could that possibly be, what could that look like, and possibly sustainable forestry, agriculture, policies, again, on lowering carbon emissions that touch those sectors. When we look at the first ones, the A, B, and C, we really do look at serving people in need from a holistic approach as well as an interdepartmental approach, so that there's really no wrong door, as they say, meaning that when people enter the system to get assistance, to get help, that they don't have to keep going department to department, that the departments can go around the individual and serve the needs of the individual without the person having to go everywhere to get those needs met. Part of this also, when we look at these other issues, is really going more into the community and going to where people are to bring them into services, and looking at ways of utilizing promotores, which is something that's been used quite a bit in the Latinx community, to go to people's neighborhoods, let them know about health services. And this is especially important with behavioral health, reducing the stigma of behavioral health, and really supporting the Measure B plans that you all know so well. So again, looking at working with other departments, so it's not so siloed. All the feedback we heard about the community from, about the county agencies, departments, from county employees, was everything is so siloed. We need to find a way to break those silos down to make it easier for community members to access. So that's a little bit about safe and healthy counties, safe and healthy county from the perspective of what we've heard so far. Gary's going to share a little bit about the next pillar, but first I wanted to share an example of the detail we've gone into in just one of them. This is behavioral health services. Again, partnerships with community agencies, law enforcement is really important as well. The promotores that I mentioned, the Measure B plans, and working with other departments. Again, applying for grant funding. You'll see that throughout the plan. It's not just limited to that first pillar. Gary, what about the thriving economy?
So a thriving economy is the third pillar, a third priority. There's three broad goals under this, and we've heard from you all about the importance of this. Frankly, I think this one, particularly goal A, we haven't fleshed out enough objectives, and we're looking forward to our meetings in the community, because we believe we're going to hear from community members in terms of what the county might do to stimulate the vibrant economy. The second goal is related to housing, and the third one is broadband, and some of that supports work at home and people's enterprises that are dispersed throughout the county, but it also supports the goals of safety as well. And then just for a quick glimpse in terms of a deeper dive, we'll look at the housing goal. So this is the second goal under this pillar: support increased housing stock at a range of affordability levels. And there's a wide range of input we got from employees to date. Some of it has to do with workforce housing. Some of it suggests number two is really about naming a housing czar. The employees are telling us that responsibility in this area is pretty diffused, and we don't have a point person in the county that can really help shepherd the work that we need to do in Mendocino County. There's some work relative to developers, and then looking for support for homeless, and then finally creating forums and dialogue with county residents. What we heard from you and the employees is that there's suspicion and resistance to development of housing and new commercial opportunities in the county. So some of that is opening up conversations in different forums with the community to maybe soften the beachhead a bit and help people understand the importance of that relative to the future of the county. So again, a list of objectives and really just illustrative here in terms of how we're trying to be a lot more concrete and specific with ideas so that we're leaving you with something that's closer to an action plan versus broadly stated objectives.
And then the last pillar is about a prepared and resilient county. And this speaks to Supervisor Williams' comments early on. This is really looking at improving disaster emergency preparedness and resiliency. And we have heard so many times in the meetings we've had with employees about the EOC and about the need to be operationally prepared 24/7 and to make sure that there is a permanent EOC site and having up-to-date equipment. People have told us because the equipment is not used often, when it is used, it's just kind of like not very good. It needs to be updated and kept updated, and social media posts to make sure that the community is prepared in English and Spanish. That came up quite a bit. The access to rural fire protection and emergency medical services was key, and talking about the importance of increasing the number of volunteer firefighters, possibly non-volunteer as well. We've been hearing about that. Creating, working with the Fire Safe Council to develop neighborhood fire safe councils in communities throughout the county, really expanding that program that you already have in place. Again, seeking additional funding, grant funding is important for that. And to Supervisor Williams' point, the last piece about improving and maintaining transportation and road systems. Certainly, the county won't be able to attack the $698 million shortfall, the need at this point, but looking at supplemental funding sources, what's out there to implement priority road system improvements, maybe also improving the transit authority routes. And then we heard a little bit about encouraging road associations as a way to increase public safety. But this is another area that needs to be fleshed out as well. These last two, we haven't gotten a lot of feedback, and we will get that in our work with the community. Supervisor Williams.
So so far I agree with every bullet point in the plan. I'm concerned that every bullet point involves spending more money. And in a county where virtually every dollar is already allocated, I understand hiring a grant writer and seeking out grants. I'm not convinced we can run a county government based on grants. I don't think that's sustainable. I think grants for one-time infrastructure, when we can get it, it's a net win. We should definitely have a grant writer. We should go after every opportunity. But I think it's like our budget is on fire and we've got a garden hose. And I might not be around, but at some point, I think the board will tell the public, hey, we can't maintain these roads. We just don't have the money. We're going to decide which road becomes gravel next. I would like to get ahead of that and look at the financial crisis. How do you tie that in with a strategic plan? I'm not asking to go down to the line item 3 years out, right? That's not a strategic plan, that's operational. But how do we make sure these priorities align? We talk broadband. We put together credible broadband plans. We applied for state grants. We received nothing. And the issue is it was over $500 million to do the work in Mendocino County. It's 100,000 people over an enormous land mass with difficult terrain. Same problem as roads, same problem as ambulance, same problem as fire. This county was built for resource extraction. We now have a population that's grown organically. How do we model a strategic plan out of the realities that we have to work with? And as much as I want to say we can push to find more volunteers, being a volunteer firefighter is hundreds of hours per year. We're pretty tapped out on that. I don't know if that's a realistic path. Hiring career firefighters, when you price that, for having 3 around the clock can be well over $1 million. Most of our fire districts don't have a budget anywhere near that, right? So when you drill down on these items, you put together, if it were that easy, it would have already been done. These are hard problems.
Gary, do you want to address some of those issues?
Well, I mean, I think this is where we started too, with our discussion last month as well, Supervisor Williams. I think some of this is spread out over 5 years. That doesn't answer the question about the, long term, but I think Some of this will need to be prioritized. Some of this will need to fall off the plan. So I think, the budget workshops that you do to crosswalk will answer some of the crosswalk with the plan, I think will answer some of the immediate. I think what we need to do is to try to build out the financial sustainability part of priority one, and discover ways to have meaningful dialogue and to create a different kind of future for the county. I don't know of another way to do that other than to have the supervisors and the executives roll up their sleeves and do some long-term planning in that context. I also would push back gently on the grant piece. I think there is a lot of money out there, and the grant writers pay for themselves. And you're right, some of it is one time, and the donors are looking for new and sexy things every year. But it has been substantial money for most counties that are going after the grant money, and a significant part of their budget, in some cases overshadowing general funds. So I wouldn't dismiss that too rapidly, because I think there's a lot of money out there.
I appreciate that. Would it be possible for the ad hoc as a follow-up to augment this with some financial planning? Just very rough. You can round it to the nearest 10 million. You can round it to the nearest 5-year increment if you want. It doesn't need to be specific. I'm dealing with, I have people who thought they were told they would get a psychiatric facility in their community, right? And, when I asked staff, where's the financial plan for Measure B? I was told basically there isn't one. There's something the executive office ordered that shows we need about 4.5 million and we raised 1.8. There was this mismatch, and it's because we didn't do that back of the napkin rough financial planning. I would like to go through that exercise with a strategic plan. Doesn't mean we're going to keep on track, but at least we're starting with a sense of reality on dollars.
No, I think that makes sense. And I do believe that many of these items in here, while they require some extra capacity or effort, don't have specific dollars attached. We're really trying to be conscious of that as we go through this rev. And again, welcome your feedback. So if you have other ideas, either in terms of revenue generation and or managing costs as we go forward with this plan, please let us know. And there's a lot that we don't understand about your county as well. I'm hopeful that some of the community groups will give us some insight too as well. Supervisor McGorty?
Yeah, for social services, and as an example of where basically our programs are very dependent on grants, and we miss out sometimes because we don't have the capacity to apply and administer. So these are some of the things that really the future of the well-being of our county depends on it. So that's in some respects a model for how we may be able to address some of the problems. But yes, you're correct, Supervisor Williams. Basically, we're a big county with a lot of needs, not much tax base, and not a lot of people to live the perfect middle class life that a lot of people would like to have, which they would find in more urban areas. And I think some of this is just going to be the sacrifices you make to live here. I certainly don't expect to have water and sewer at the house that I live in. Halfway between Hoffman and Ukiah in a rural area is just not going to happen. So these are some of the trade-offs we're going to have for living in Mendocino County.
And I think I've made my point, but is it possible for the ad hoc to come back with some of that financial modeling? Supervisor Jurdy once taught me if you want to add a position, find one to remove, ideally 2 to remove, because every dollar is allocated. So if you have a long list of things we're going to spend money on that we don't currently, you need to also tell us which items you plan to cut. And I'm ready to make those trade-offs. I think the public is ready, but we can't just talk about spending a bunch more money. We don't have it.
I agree. I'm not sure the ad hoc is going to be skilled enough to do that. I think it takes more input than the two of us. So that's my only comment. I'm certainly willing to take a crack at it, and certainly as follow-up to what our plan creates for us is going to be, additional planning and studying to figure out how do you implement this. But I think that's an all hands on deck kind of exercise. I don't think the two of us can do it.
There may be a way to tap into some of the executive office's expertise on that that we could leverage. And the other thing I would look at too, from your perspective, if you apply for grant funding for broadband, I think as you were saying, Supervisor Williams, and it wasn't funded, anytime you apply, you need to find out why, so that I mean, maybe you do know why you weren't funded. I don't know the answer to that, but always look at why and try to remedy that for the next time, which is something that I would recommend you always do as you apply for.
I would say,
Gary?
BJ, I think we heard something interesting on that too, and this is just a little bit ancillary, but to Supervisor Williams' point, we did hear that this new American Rescue Plan, or whatever the federal acronym is for
ARPA, yeah.
ARPA, yeah, for the new money, is actually sending a lot of money towards broadband and rural broadband. Apparently, the Verizons are lining up now, and I don't know if that's true, but two of the IT guys told us that in your organization that the cell companies that were backing away from partnering on these projects now see revenue there and are interested in working in more rural areas to provide better. So we'll find out if that's true, but we're trying to indicate that in the plan as well.
Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, that's partially true. We did very credible planning all the way down to the individual house level. And we have 3 plans and to an estimate of about $500 million. And we think the state may fund $30 million. Right. So there's truth. There's more money ever in the state for broadband. And I guess that's a great analogy for my overarching concern. Every project we look at, even when there's good news from the state, it's really short on what we need. Marin County has a much smaller road network and a much greater population. Right. So I guess maybe it would be helpful to hear from the executive office. How far off am I on panic over future finances?
Okay, great. Thank you. So just want to share with you a little bit about next steps. And we had alluded to this earlier, but we're going to launch an employee survey, most likely tomorrow, to assess priority goals and obtain additional input. Supervisor McGordy's already seen this. It has a link to the test. And what we're doing is we're asking the employees to identify what they think from all of this that you've seen, which ones are priority, and to get their additional feedback on each of those priority areas. And then we're going to be doing 8 community focus groups, and one will be specifically with cities and towns, the elected officials, as well as the staff, city managers, that kind of thing with cities and towns. And then business. We want to make sure that we're reaching out to the chambers, Farm Bureau, realtors, ranchers, vintners, et cetera, just to get their opinion about what needs to happen. And that will most likely focus on the thriving economy piece as well. We want to make sure that we're connecting with tribal council leaders. We've got one on healthcare, in which we're reaching out to healthcare facilities, service clubs. We want to look at the service clubs that serve the county and identify what their members are seeing in terms of needs. Public safety agencies, fire, police is another one. And then one with community-based organizations and nonprofits, just to get their sense of what the need is. And then we're going to conduct one specifically in Spanish with one of our team Spanish speaking facilitators. And we will get some feedback through that way. We'll also get additional feedback. We're going to be having individual interviews with key community members who don't participate in the focus groups. Excuse me. And then we're going to do 3 virtual town halls. We decided that it would be best, instead of doing them regionally, since they're virtual, doesn't matter where they're located. We're going to do one by priority 2, and one in priority 3, and then one in priority 4. So they're going to be giving us an opportunity to really dig deep into what does it mean to have a safe and healthy community and a thriving economy and a resilient county. So we're going to be digging into each of those. We'll continue to work with the task force to update the plan based on stakeholder feedback. We're going to be revising the goals and objectives based on the feedback, and then we're going to continue to get additional input from you. And again, as I mentioned, right after this meeting, we'll send you a Word doc of what you already received so that you can send us track changes if you prefer to do that. And then finally, we just want to ask you if there are additional questions and comments, anything we've not addressed, anything further we need to look at. Supervisor Hashak.
Well, thank you, BJ. How are you going to publicize the town halls? And they'll be open for everyone, I assume.
Yes, that we're leaving that up to county staff to do that. We've talked to our project leader, Ann, and she's going to be working with the executive office on that. Supervisor McGorty?
So two things. One is we don't want to leave the cannabis industry out either. So they do have representation. We'll be sure to reach out to them. I find them to be very community aware, and we want to include them. So in case anyone's revving up for public comment, you will be included. The other thing is that the County of Mendocino is going to assist in putting together the kind of the technological background to do the town hall meetings so that they're effective, because it is a technical challenge that our consultants aren't up for. So we'll have to work that out. I've already reached out to Amanda Walter to start the process. So that I just wanted to make sure that everyone understands we'll do everything we can to make this work well.
Right, and to your point, Supervisor McGorty, we'll follow the format for the virtual town hall that I've done many times in Sonoma County. I've done a couple of them for COVID resilience and disaster recovery, also climate change, and several with the new cannabis ordinance and EIR. So we'll follow that format. Seems to work really well. And I just did one last week on ending homelessness in Sonoma Valley for Supervisor Gorin. So I've been doing this for a couple of years just for the supervisors in Sonoma County. Supervisor Mulherin.
Thank you. I'm wondering about the max. Would they be in the city and the town's specific focus group? The municipal advisory councils, we have many of them. So we only have four incorporated cities.
How would you like us to do that? Would that be they're not elected, they're community members that come together, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Right, they're not technically elected, but I think that they might fit because they generally represent their specific communities.
Okay.
And are policymakers for their communities.
We'll make sure to include them in the cities and towns focus group. Thanks for that feedback. Good idea. Thank you. Supervisor Williams.
Can we direct somebody to work on the financial element? I understand the ad hoc may not want to take it on. Who will?
That's a great question. Is that a question for the CEO, Supervisor Williams?
CEO, the board, the consultants, anybody who has a plan, I'm ready to back it. I recognize this may not be the right venue to get into that detail, but I'd like to identify what that proper venue is. And I don't think it's the annual budget review. We're talking about long-term financial planning. Who will take that on?
Supervisor McGorty?
So I kind of see coming out of this, probably we will have working groups to address some of these issues because the individual talent of the supervisors isn't enough. And sometimes even when we combine it with department heads, it isn't enough. And here's a case in point. That's a pretty big challenge when you start talking about how do you finance the local government. And it may involve also bringing in representatives from RCRC or CSAC, maybe even some of our state government representatives. So I don't know. You know, you're bringing up a good question, and you're going right to the heart of where what doors the strategic plan will open, and some of them will be easy for us to solve, some won't. I think also the creating a permanent EOC is a good example where it's going to take a working group. It's not going to be just the department heads making the decision. We'll need supervisors as well as, you know, line agency people who have to deliver the service. I think that's how it's going to play out. So this kind of sets us up, but in the end, it's not the final sort of owner's manual to do everything we need to do.
I understand, but I would sure like, you know, I've asked for audits of other departments. I would like for us to audit our own strategic plan before we approve it. And, and I agree, we don't have the expertise. Can we get a financial consultant to look over our plan and tell us whether it's realistic, and kind of force us to upfront talk about the trade-offs we may have to execute?
So who, in your mind, Supervisor Williams, who would that be? Who's that the question?
Well, if our Department of Finance could do it, that would be best. People we already, have on staff who know our budget. If not, maybe we put out a request for a proposal and hire a financial consultant. I feel if we there's a cost to it. There's a greater cost to not having a well-vetted financial plan. And I think the strategic plan bullet points represent what the public wants. But if we have to make trade-offs, we can't implement all because we don't have the money. Where do we draw the line? And I just don't feel like we need to be upfront about it. So I'm looking for a venue. If we don't know, maybe we could direct staff to bring back a proposal at a future date. But let's not skip over finances.
Yeah, I suggest too that in some counties, what happens is that the items from the strategic plan then get worked through under the CEO's leadership with department heads and parsed out over multiple years and dollars attached to those. So it looks, because at that level, the departments will better understand what they need to spend. And then you can build that up over a 5-year plan, because you do have a 5-year plan, both for actions, what will we accomplish year 1, 2, 3, 4, as well as what the spend is for that too. And so that might be a good initial first step that will certainly give you the rough order of magnitude I think you're looking for.
That staff tells me they can't pull this off, that we're putting together a plan that they can't execute. I want to be transparent about that.
Okay, we're not done with the plan. I don't know. Okay, I don't know where you heard that.
The clerk of the board has a comment.
Chair Jurdy, this is CEO Angelo. My comment is really in regards to Supervisor Williams' multiple questions, which I really appreciate. I think that what happens with strategic planning is that really, the goal of the strategic plan is to present something to the Board of Supervisors that is comprehensive, which clearly our consultants are doing, and includes all of the goals that they have heard and they have put together to give to this board. In this county, and Chair Jurdy, you're aware because you've been here for a few years now too, is that everything has always followed the budget, and that's where Supervisor Williams is right. We've always had challenges with our budget, so everything has followed the budget. In reality, the budget should follow the plan, not the plan following the budget. But that's not what we've done here. One, because we have not had a strategic plan, certainly in the last 15 years, and I don't recall having one before I got here. And now we have an opportunity to have a plan. I think that what my thoughts were, and maybe I'm wrong here, but that when there is a draft, a much better draft that has more input, and again, I want to commend our consultants. I've seen the work that they've done. I've seen them work, and they're doing a great job. But once we have a pretty good draft, that would be the time for the board to really look at that. So my point is that I guess at this point, I think we can either go with reality that we know we're not going to be able to do everything that's in the strategic plan, but that we see what that plan holds, and then the board decide what those priorities are, and then we would come back with the dollar amount of those priorities. That may not be the way this board wants to do it, Chair Jurdy, but my thinking is that, first of all, doing a strategic plan is a big job, and getting that strategic plan to the finish line, which is sometime in January, is still a challenge. And once it gets to the board, and then the board, you have to spend time with that and really go through it, not only through this process now, but once you get it in a good draft form and decide what you want to do. So Certainly the executive office and the finance team under the direction of Assistant CEO Darcy Antle, we're ready and willing to analyze the plan and put dollars by it, no problem. But I think it's a process, and my understanding is we would do more on the strategic plan first before we would look at the money. Because again, in this county, everything has revolved around the money. And Supervisor Williams, you're right. There's a reason for that, because we haven't had a lot. I think the importance, my concern as we move forward, isn't so much about the dollar amount on the strategic plan, because if we have it, it gets done. If we don't have it, it doesn't get done. It stays on the list. But really the fact that we have this false sense of all this money coming into the county. There are 4 members of this board that are in their first term. And so they haven't been here. And I think it was actually Sherry Schapmeyer who wrote in her letter, you know, what we've encountered over the last decade. And right now there's millions of dollars flowing into Mendocino County. That's not the reality. That is not what's going to continue in the future. So we will have to marry up a strategic plan that has some very lofty goals with the reality of what the money is that we have. Not the money that we keep getting, this one-time money that we think we're rich. That's not the case. So I agree with Supervisor Williams, but I do think it's a process. And what I'm hoping is that we can move forward, letting the consultants do the development of the plan, and we will be in the background. We will put numbers by any item in that plan that the board chooses. But right now, I guess I would like to see them move forward with the strat plan, and then we look at the dollars afterwards, which may not be realistic, but I believe that that might be the best approach. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Hashak?
Well, thank you, BJ. You know, I agree with what the CEO Angelo just said. I think what we're trying to do, the whole purpose of this strategic plan has been to provide a roadmap for us for, you know, where we're going as a county. And so when we're developing the budget, we're going to use this, whatever the final version is of this strategic plan, and to see if things fit into that. And so, you know, we might not get everything on this list, but, you know, it's better be on the list and provides a rationale for what we're doing. And if it's not on the list, you better have a pretty good reason why that's happening, because otherwise something on the list we're saying will be a higher priority. And so if we're just looking at it as like the roadmap, then let's keep going on this path, and it will guide us as we develop the budgets in the future.
Thank you. Are there other comments? Any comments or other questions at this point, or any marching orders for us as we continue down the next phase? Supervisor McGordy.
I just wanted to thank all of our staff members who are working on this, who are putting in the time and working really hard to make it so it's not just a fluff piece. They want stuff, not fluff, and they're calling out constantly when they see things that don't make any sense to them. They're being really upfront and saying, "I don't understand that. What do you mean?" And I think there's a real strong attempt to make this plan real for everybody. And I encourage all of the board members and other people who do this to ask for clarity when you don't understand what you're seeing.
Yes, we have a very forthcoming task force, and we're grateful for that. Really keeps us on our toes and makes sure that we're being very specific and really prompting the people that are giving us feedback to be as specific as they can be, so that will inform the plan accordingly. Gary, do you have any final comments before we let the folks get back to the rest of the meeting?
Nothing else. I'm looking forward to hearing the community input. It'll be our first time to engage with the community on this, and just appreciate all the supervisors' time and attention on this. So thank you for that.
Thank you, and especially thank you to Supervisor McGordy and Hashak for continuing to be involved on a regular basis. And I'll send you that Word doc as soon as we're done with this meeting here, so you can mark it up as much as you want. Thank you very much.
So I think that concludes the Senate. I think it's probably a good time to take a short morning break. We have one more morning item to today. So it's 10:30 now. We could come back in a session at about 10:45.
Excuse me, Chair Dirty.
Uh-huh.
You did not call for public comment on
Oh,
the item.
thank you for reminding. Do we have a public comment on this agenda?
No, we do not.
Okay. All right. So we'll come back at 10:45 for the last item of the morning. talking with the clerk of the board during the break that that one member of the public, Ron Edwards, had signed up on this agenda or the last agenda item. So I'd like to, if he's there, I'd like to invite Ron Edwards to make his comment.
Okay, 1 second.
On the line is Ron Edwards.
Thank you, Chair Jurdy. This once again shows that we really need to have a better system. The cannabis item was not agendized this morning, and there was no way to make a public comment. Even though I was able to raise my hand, I was not able to get into the meeting to comment on that. So I'd like to, first of all, the strategic plan is definitely needed, and I like the way that the consultants do carry their meetings. They're very easy to join. I've been on a number of them in Sonoma County, and I would just say that transparency is key. When we were talking about the grant equity money, that there was no notice of this. How was the public going to know about this meeting, this item would even be coming up? And with the satellite imaging, it was mentioned that you could tell if a tree was removed from county planning. They're able to see that already. So I really would like strong input from county council on that item about how that is going to be segmented and why, when you can see that a tree has been removed now, that you need to spend this large chunk of this grant money on that information. And finalizing with the strategic plan, I think Supervisor Williams is right. I mean, there is so many miles of roads in Mendocino County. And what is their planning to be to take care of those? Is it going to be decommission those? And so I think that these meetings should really be out there for the public to have input on this budget. And, you know, no lawsuits, no extra attorney fees. We really need to focus on spending money directly back to what the taxpayers are putting their money into. And so I hope that with these public meetings that the public is aware that they need to participate. They need to speak out on what the priorities are going to be going forward, because as Supervisor Williams pointed out, there just is not the money available. So it's going to take a partnership between the public and government to set priorities. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And does that conclude public comment on that item?
That concludes public comment.
Okay, great. Well, then next we're going to go to the last item of the morning, which is, let's see, this is the discussion and possible action, including introduction and waive first reading of an ordinance repealing Mendocino County Code Section 2.16.041, adding Section 2.16.070 and amending Chapter 2.36 for the purpose of consolidating the offices of Auditor, Controller, and the Treasurer Tax Collector. And this is being brought back by the County Council at the request of the board. Is County Council prepared to present the item?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Christian Curtis, County Council. So the board had previously requested that I take a look at the options that the board would have with respect to consolidating the positions of Auditor, Controller, and Treasurer Tax Collector. As you can see from the materials that we provided, there's really sort of a few different options that the board would have. You know, obviously the first option is it could leave things as they are. The second is that the board does have authorization via special legislation to consolidate the offices of Auditor, Controller, and Treasurer Tax Collector into a single elected position. And then the third option is that, you know, pursuant to statute, the board also has the ability to create a position called Director of Finance that would sort of absorb the functions of the Auditor, Controller, or Treasurer Tax Collector, as well as take on some additional functions that the board may assign. Now, prior to going to that route, the board would need to first get approval from the voters, and then the voters would have to decide whether they wanted that position to be elected or whether they wanted that position to be appointed by the Board of Supervisors. Given where we are sort of relative to the next election cycle, my suggestion would be that if the board wants to consolidate, I think there would be time for the purposes of consolidating the officers into a single elected position. But I would suggest that if the board is looking at the possibility of creating a Director of Finance position, that it essentially wait to have that be effective until after the current election cycle. The reason being that in order to go to the voters, just the timing would leave it so that the voters would have to have opined sort of on the creation of the office around the same time that they would be opining on who they wanted to fill that office, which I think presents certain difficulties from a ballot perspective and from a questions in terms of legal certainty as to what that would mean for those running for a position that may or may not exist as of the time it's being submitted to the ballot. Just a few sort of additional details timing wise. I want to make sure that the board is aware. If you want to consolidate these positions, I would suggest that the final ordinance be adopted by the end of this calendar year. I understand from the elections officer that the forms for signatures in lieu of registration fee for these two positions will begin to be issued as of January 3rd. And there's also a provision in state law that provides essentially once the candidate has taken out papers in an election year, the compensation for that position is fixed. And actually by statute, if the board hasn't created a new set of compensation for a single consolidated position, then were it to consolidate, anyone taking that office would end up drawing both salaries. So just timing wise, if the board decides that it wants to consolidate these positions, I would also suggest that before the end of the calendar year, you adopt a resolution setting whatever the desired compensation level would be for the single consolidated position. And just a slight amount of additional background, the Director of Finance position is applicable, the statutes that allow for the creation of the Director of Finance position after an election are applicable to all counties. However, it appears that in the statute that allows the consolidation of offices is only allowed for a handful of counties. It appears that was requested, I think, initially by Sonoma County back in 2004, 2005, when they wanted to consolidate but didn't want to create a single director of finance position. They just wanted a consolidated auditor, controller, treasurer, tax collector. It appears that a few years later, Mendocino County requested additional legislation to be added into that code section, and the legislature did go ahead and grant that. So there are a handful of counties, Mendocino being one of them, that are allowed to consolidate the position in that manner. And with that, Mr. Chair, I'm happy to answer any questions that the board may have.
Okay, so just to recap, back in 2004, County of Sonoma requested legislation to allow the two positions to be a single elected position. A couple years later, the County of Mendocino, which predates everybody who's in this meeting, I would guess, asked for to be added to that legislation. And over the years, during the 8 years I've been on the board, this item's been discussed, but this is the first time that it's come up when there was a vacancy in at least one of these positions. In this case, it's the auditor position that's vacant. And so in my mind, that makes it kind of a cleaner and easier, simpler decision to make for the board. So going to Supervisor McGorty, then Supervisor Hatchak.
Question for Councilor Curtis. So how many counties in California have one position instead of two?
I don't know the exact number that have only the one position. I can tell you I think there's about 5 counties that are authorized by statute to consolidate without creating a director of finance position. I don't know how many of those exactly have gone ahead and taken advantage of that, nor do I know the exact count as to the number that have created the director of finance position.
This seems like this is going to take some studying on our part, and it's going to require us to have more background information to see how this might work and what the implications might be if we decide to do this.
Well, some of us have been thinking about it for several years. Supervisor Hatchak.
Thank you, Chair Judy. So yeah, I was going to ask those same questions about what other counties are doing on this, but also we've seen from the treasurer tax collector what her job duties are. And is there some place where it's published what the auditor controller's job duties are so that we could, is there any conflict with any of that in consolidation? Are we, would the independence of the auditor be at stake? You know, some of those questions. And how would we find that information out?
If I may, through the chair.
Okay, I believe sure, go ahead, but I believe the question was to the county counsel's office. I do, just for the record, I do want to note that attached to our agenda, there is attachment number 4 is the auditor government code qualifications for office. So that may or may not address the question raised by Supervisor Hashak. Okay, we have Assistant Auditor Shamise Cubison.
Good morning, Acting Auditor Controller Shamise Cubison. So in terms of the duties in the auditor's office relate to a lot of tasks with regard to the special districts, as well as to calculating the tax rate and several property tax related functions. The Auditor Controller's office obviously processes all of the accounts payable and deposits through our office. And I'm not sure if County Counsel Christian could speak to, there's other sections of the government code that require several government codes, including revenue and taxation code, require separation of duties between the two offices. So, you know, as far as the Auditor Controller's office and myself, there's no compelling reason, as far as I'm aware, to indicate the consolidation would result in any efficiencies, because the government code does require an additional separate annual audit in order to ensure that we are performing those duties in separate segregation of duties, independence, and that we are not having any conflicts within those roles. So there are additional safeguards that would need to be put in place in order to ensure that we are separating the duties of the treasurer as well as the Auditor Controller's office. So, you know, really the functions that are being done by the people in the two offices will continue to need to be done. The only items that would be potentially an area of efficiency might be the very limited amount of accounts payable for the treasurer's office and the limited amounts of payroll transactions and between the two offices. But for the most part, there's not a duplication of duties or roles or responsibilities. And in fact, there are significant additional requirements for the separation in order to prevent any fraud or inappropriate action with regard to treasury functions, especially because the county is holding the funds of, you know, the special districts as well as the school, MCOE and the school districts in addition.
Any other board member questions or comments? Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, Chair, would you be willing to, I know you're the senior member on the board, and I know you've probably put more time into looking at this than anyone. Can you share your thoughts?
No, I think if you were to look at county government, I think you've said this several times, Supervisor Williams, if we were to look at county government and invent it from scratch, no one would design county government to look like it looks like. It's very Byzantine. It's got multiple departments that don't always make sense to be standalone departments. But there they are. They're legacies of past practices. The retirement system, for example, is going through all sorts of reviews of past practices, because for decades, the retirement system for the county was managed by 1 or 2 people within the treasurer's office. That ended over a decade ago, and it's been an independent system since then. But there have been issues with county administration that just, in my mind, just don't make sense. You look at organizations bigger than the county of Mendocino, and they don't have a separately independent elected treasurer, independently elected auditor. Sonoma County has 5 times the population of Mendocino County, yet somehow it made sense for them. Does it really make sense for the county of Mendocino to have a department of 10, 11, 12 people. In some cases, maybe. I don't see it here. This is a Department of Finance, regardless of what we call it. It's a treasurer, tax collector, it's an auditor. They have certain duties within those offices. Some of the functions within those offices are not even required to be conducted by those offices, but are just done by tradition by those offices. And so to me, this is an opportune time with a vacancy in one office to consolidate it into a single department head. And then that department head can select the most qualified person to fill the functions within that office. So I'd like to go to I see a hand raised in the chambers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just first of all, I'm sorry, I didn't understand before that Supervisor Hashak's question was for me. In terms of the duties, I'm sure we can get the some of the specs, but I could also provide just a rough summary of some of the statutory duties to the board if that would be helpful. If you want to give me a moment, I can refer back to our research that in terms of the relative duties of the auditor, controller, and the treasurer tax collector. With respect to the consolidation, I think we're aware of maybe about 6 or so at least counties that have consolidated. I've been reminded that HR was looking at this a little bit in terms of anticipating that there might be a need to do a check of the salary studies to try and find comparables. So we're reaching out to them right now. They may have some of that information. If you give us a little bit of time, we might be able to update you.
Supervisor McGordy?
So in addition to these two offices, we also have the CEO's office has a financial branch to it. So if Assistant CEO Ansel is here, I'd like to hear how they kind of separate their duties compared to these other two offices.
Darcy Antle, Assistant CEO. The fiscal unit is responsible for budget and budget development, working with the fiscal accounting office, and that's the auditor controller. And we are also, as you know, work on contracts and grants. It's a large portion of what that division's doing. We work with each department to create and set their budget with regards to the net county cost. That includes the state and federal funding as the funding becomes aware to us. We work with them on their purchases for cars and vehicles, facility improvements, IS functions. We do the process of timesheet entry for payroll processing. Those are a few of the functions that are performed in the fiscal unit.
And what are the relative sizes? How many FTEs do you have assigned to these three divisions?
Darcy Antle, Assistant CEO. Is that question for me? In the fiscal unit that we have 5 employees that are doing the bulk of the work for the divisions that are under the executive office. And as far as the auditor, controller, and treasurer tax collector, that would be a question for them.
Okay. So, Shamise, how many people work in your shop?
We're supposed to have 12. We currently have 10.
Okay. And Sherry?
Chair Jurdy, members of the board, Sherry Shatmeyer, Treasurer Tax Collector. We're also supposed to have 12. Right now we have 8. And that in staffing is a struggle. I heard this board talking about staffing issues with the cannabis team. It is no different for our offices. We are really struggling getting applicants, period. So everything that we're doing has become it's more of a struggle. So I have other things to say, but when it's my turn, I can say.
Supervisor Hashtag.
Thank you, Chair Jordy. So just to be clear on this, the options that we're dealing with. So if we consolidated the auditor, controller, and the treasurer tax collector, then that position would be an elected position. And then if we went to a director of finance position, that position would be an elected position also. Is that correct?
If I may respond through the chair. So if you created the director of finance position, that position could be either elected or appointed, depending upon what the voters prefer. So when it goes out to the voters as to whether or not to create the director of finance position, they're also given a question of do they want it to be elected or do they want it to be appointed? And if they choose that it's appointed by the Board of Supervisors, then the position would be one that you would fill.
Okay, so would that election be, would we have our recommendation? Would it be, do you want the director of finance to be appointed by the Board of Supervisors? Would that be the question asked of the voters?
Again, to answer through the chair, there would be two questions asked. First is, should the county create a director of finance position that would take up over the functions of the auditor, controller, and the treasurer tax collector? And then the second question would be, if the county creates a director of finance position, would you prefer that position be elected or appointed?
Okay, and that appointment would be by the Board of Supervisors.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor McGordy.
Well, then there's also the issue of consolidating all financial services into a financial service department. What does that take by statute and appointment if we choose to have something like that, which some counties have, where all financial services fall into one shop?
If I respond to the chair, I think that was a question for me. So if you created the director of finance position, you would be able to both consolidate the positions of auditor, controller, treasurer, tax collector, and any other duties that you were to assign by ordinance. So if you were to decide to put that all under one shop, you would have that option available to you. And I apologize, Supervisor McGordy, I'm not, when you mentioned all financial services, I'm not entirely sure exactly how broad you're thinking, but if we're talking about the functions that are currently done by the executive office, by the auditor controller, and by the treasurer tax collector, you could consolidate all of those under a single director of finance position. You could also, frankly, I think we also have some functions of the that are currently being performed by the treasurer tax collector and by the auditor controller that are maybe not statutory functions. For example, I think the business licenses are currently going through the tax collector's office, and I don't know that that's actually provided for by statute. I'd have to double check that one. But there have been some duties that the board might not be able to compel those positions to take over, but that those positions have historically handled.
Supervisor McGordy, do you have a follow-up question?
No, but at some point I'd like to hear from Sherry Schapmeyer on her views on this.
Okay, we'll go to her right after Supervisor Williams. Thanks.
I'd like to hear from the executive office finance team, the tax collector, and the auditor's office. How many people in our organization can perform payroll today?
Currently, payroll is within the auditor's office. Maybe we should go to auditor's office first.
Through the chair, acting auditor controller Shamice Kevison again. So currently payroll is handled in the auditor's office, where it is actually housed in every county except for 2 in the state. And we are currently working through being able to have more redundancy in our operations, but we don't currently have that redundancy. We are very dependent on our payroll manager and the two accountants that we have in our office. I have been working over the last year and a half to bring the county to an upgrade and configuration changes throughout the finance system with regard to payroll, as well as some of the human resources personnel action functions that have not been automated within the system. They've all been done manually with those personnel actions. So we did conduct an overall assessment with the Munis Tyler software vendor about a year ago, where we spent many days and hours with them looking at the payroll function as well as the human resource personnel action function. We have received their assessment, and we are in the process of implementing their recommendations as we go through the 2019 Munis Finance upgrade right now. We have been working almost probably every other week with the Munis implementation team to change the configurations of payroll so that it can be automated entirely within the Munis finance system. We have several legacy system issues that go in and out of the finance system due to some really complicated MOU structures with regard to special assignment pays, longevity pays, and some other unique negotiated benefits that employees have received that are very difficult to program within the finance system. So yes, we are currently very dependent on one primary employee, but we have other employees that we rely on. And so we have been working through that. We did perform our first full payroll in the test environment last week. We do have some things that we're still working through, but we are on track to have that configuration hopefully hammered out by the time we go live in February with the new version of the Munis Finance. So yes, that's where payroll is currently.
So one.
Well, there's 3 people in the auditor's office that are critical, but payroll is performed, certain functions of it, in almost every department throughout the county.
Right. So to me, that it just strikes me as a weak link in an organization of 1,200. We have one person in the critical path. Nobody else could do payroll. We just went through a pandemic. If there were to be a glitch, it would be the Board of Supervisors who would get blamed. And we would say, but these are independent offices. The fractured nature of county government, frankly, California government as a whole, is very difficult for the public, because they're going to pick up the phone and call me and say, why didn't an employee will ask, why didn't I get my check? You failed. I actually have no authority. I'm going to take the blame, but I have no authority. So going back to Supervisor Jurdy's point, I would like to think about, if we were starting blank slate today, what sort of structure would we put in place for county government, and then talk about incremental steps to get there, rather than we inherited a legacy and we continue to justify it. And this is not about people in any of the roles, including mine. This is about what is the most efficient, resilient structure to ensure the people of Mendocino County and our public servants are taken care of. And I would have a hard time arguing that the current structure, where one employee knows how to do payroll, is a good model.
Supervisor Williams, I completely agree. And I have been working for the last 2 years to rectify that situation. As soon as I came over to the auditor's office, I have been trying to work through that situation. I started working with human resources and the CEO's office back in February of 2019 to try to bring this issue to the forefront and to get the system to get upgraded so that we wouldn't have that redundancy. The public safety power shutoffs shined a lot of light on what some of the vulnerabilities were. And so we have been working to try to get that configuration changed. I have worked directly and kind of, highlighted the extreme vulnerability of the system with the assistant CEO, with the previous human resource directors, and with information services. And I agree. We hopefully would have addressed it sooner, but I have not been in sole control over trying to move this issue forward.
Exactly.
So,
And
I would like to have it rectified, and we are working very hard to make sure that that happens.
I believe you, and I don't doubt the energy that's put in to try to remedy. My concern is, in a 2-year period, we haven't gotten there. Something about this arrangement is not working. And I think it's the fractured nature, where You go to somebody and they say, nope, that's not me, it's somebody else. You go to them, nope, it's not me. I need one org chart with an hourglass where I can go to the top and say, this needs to be fixed.
Okay, Treasurer Shatmeyer.
Thanks, Chair Jurdy. And just to address a few of the questions that were raised. So counties throughout California, they are all over the map on this. For instance, LA County has an appointed treasurer tax collector. It is all over the map. Counties do what they have to do that works for them. So I totally get that. When we're talking about, and it was a little bit, our acting auditor Cubison addressed this. And here's another issue is nobody has really talked with the departments, these two departments all that much. There's a lot of stuff that goes on in here that people are not even aware of. As far as I'm concerned, there's no efficiencies that will be gained by consolidating these offices. As I expressed in my letter, there's very few things that we do that are alike. And just to give you an example of that, back when about a decade ago, we incorporated court collections into our office. Our office only had 6 people in it at that time. Just people had left, and what we ended up doing was we got court collections in here. That's what gives us 12. With that, we're able to address the cannabis issues. We did TOT projects that raised additional revenue. But what that did was those were life services. Those were life duties. So we were able to take those and incorporate them into one highly functioning office, I believe. I mean, I'm going to say that. So I guess I have a lot of issues with this concentration of power where we want to put all the eggs in one basket, and financial operations need a clear separation of duties and responsibilities. And I don't see where that is going to happen in this scenario. The other thing is that we do have responsibilities to the schools, and that's not really going to be addressed at this level. And I get it. There are other counties that operate it. They have a much bigger staff. Maybe they have a better time trying to find employees. They probably pay a lot more than our staff. But to me, the thought of consolidating these offices is extremely scary. I laid out the issues that I had about a month ago, because after 6 weeks of this floating out there, this thought of being a director of finance, after 6 weeks and nobody contacting me, I thought, well, I better let my thoughts be known, because I think that's important. I have a lot of historical information here. Let me tell you what I think the risks are. Other than what was in my letter, which one of the big ones is what I bolded when I said, if you have too much financial responsibility placed within a singular focus on critical functions, then things get lost in the works. These are offices. There are millions of dollars that are floating through these offices on a daily basis. I mean, people would be shocked if they knew the money that comes in and out of here. It's unbelievable. So let me just tell you what I think the risks are. I would say the biggest risk right now is you are taking 2 stable offices. And I can tell you, I work with the auditor's office. It is stable. I don't work with them in the same ways that this board, or maybe the CEO, or maybe the district attorney, or maybe other department heads work with them with budgets and payroll and expenditures and travel reimbursements and those. I never have worked, other than the small little bit that our office might have those interactions. Very, very seldom do we have any issues with that. But I do work them a lot on treasury, on schools, on balancing, on auditing, on property taxes. Just trying to get the property tax bills out this year was a major ordeal. We were lucky that we did it. If I had to grade the auditor's office on a grade on what I deal with them, I'm taking off the budget and the other things that am not involved with at all, I would give the auditors an A. They are meticulous, they're hardworking, they're dedicated. I've worked with them for decades, and I believe that that I would give them an A. So I'm going to go back to, I believe both offices are extremely stable right now. And that is saying a lot because we have very short staffs and we have other people leaving. There's people that are moving. We have one in our office that's going to move out of state. So people are leaving. To me, you combine these two offices that really nobody understands what they do, the two offices, you combine those offices who are already struggling with a new property system. These offices, including the assessor's office and IT, what everybody's going through with this new property system is unbelievable. I've never seen anything like it, and it is overwhelming. And you throw this on it, you destabilize these two offices. As far as the uncertainty, just having that uncertainty of, well, what's going to happen with all this? For one thing, we don't need to be taking the time to be having to sort all this out right now. And then, I go to the property system, definitely at risk. You have a couple people in each office that if we lose them, this property tax system project is at risk. I can tell you that. We've been working on it since February. And then I think one of the main things that I think that is not being thought about is that if you go to the public with an auditor, controller, treasurer, tax collector, one position, where now you have two, you have no guarantees who you're going to get in that elected position. You have no guarantees that the people that you think you might get would even want to run if all this uncertainty is placed on them. And so that's the one thing, to me, that is always the risk of, I've always said that if they ever combine these offices, it needs to be appointed, and I have issues with that. And I've mentioned some of those. But to me, it is a real risk in this county to have an elected official that has both of these offices. Those are that's, what I see is the risk greatly outweigh any type of, and I get it, this is your window, but to hurry to have something like this done when you have got financial offices dangling, it's not, the pressure that is being put on these financial offices is not anything that it's gonna be sustainable for any length of time. And I think you're gonna lose staff. And as I said in my letter, I'm adamantly opposed to combining the auditor, controller, and treasurer, tax collector. I'd be happy to answer any questions that anybody may have of me.
Supervisor Williams, do you have a question for?
Yeah, I have a question for Sherry. I'm hearing two competing themes. One is the two offices are stable. There's nothing to worry about. The other is it was hard to get property tax bills out. It's that both offices are understaffed. I heard the word dangling.
Okay.
If two people leave, we're in bad shape. We have a crisis. That doesn't. How do you argue that is stable?
So what I would say, these offices were stable, were definitely stable before the property system. I'm saying this property tax system for a county of our size, with our IT abilities, that we don't all have IT staff within our offices. And I'm not just talking about the auditor when I bring up the property tax system. I'm talking about the assessor as well. And there's issues there. As far as everybody in every office is struggling. We don't have an IT person in each office that can do a lot of these things that this extremely technical property system is demanding of us. And so it is a struggle. It is absolutely a struggle.
So I do want to just acknowledge, Sherry as treasurer and her willingness to take on tough projects, and not run away from them. I can remember maybe 5, 6, 7 years ago, a small meeting with Sherry, the auditor at the time, Meredith Ford, Sue Ranachek, and Sherry, in my mind, in that meeting, was the only one who was saying, yeah, we need to update the software for our property tax system. The system that the county has is not working. It's an outdated software. There were only a small number of people even knew how to program it. I think at this point, we may have someone who's a retired county employee who comes in occasionally to kind of issue reports. And, that's the situation what I want to avoid, where we have 3 elected offices. Honestly, very few people in the county know who the 3 elected people are in outside of Ukiah Valley, maybe. If there's a problem with a school district or a special district or a city in its interactions with the county and any one of those offices, it's just the frustration with the public kind of lands at the board members because they're the face of the county in those communities. I can't tell you how many times I've heard issues over the years with the city of Fort Bragg, unable to get financial information out of the county. It takes months and months and months. They don't understand why it takes so long because the city could generate the same kind of data very quickly. My point is, I don't think Sherry is the reason. I think part of the reason had to do with the people who were not elected to these offices, often appointed, and they're not being very responsive to the public. Shamiz, do you have something else to say?
Sorry, I was muted. So I just would like the opportunity to respond because I basically answered questions earlier. But I think I'd just like to point out, the fact that it's taken so long to get to where we're at with the property tax system, was not an issue because of the 3 different elected department heads. The county entered into a contract with the software developer years ago, and we had to essentially all counties had to wait for them to finish with Riverside County before they would proceed with any additional counties and their property tax development. So, it has taken a long time for them to get to us on the list. And, as soon as they were done with Riverside County, we pushed as hard as we could to be next in line. And, this project is a huge project, and it would not have been successful without the overwhelming commitment of these 3 offices. I mean, you have staff that have been working overtime and weekends and not taking any vacation for the last year and a half. And that is not an indication of the fact that, there's 3 separate offices. That's an indication of the fact that the county is very lean on staff. We haven't been able to hire. We haven't been able to fill the vacancies. And these staff members are still dedicated to making these projects successful. And, I hope you appreciate that fact because our office is in the middle of the finance system upgrade. We are doing as much as we possibly can, and we are still short-staffed. Combining the offices isn't going to add another person to help with those projects. We still have the same amount of work that has to get done. And, I do strongly believe that the real risk that we potentially face if you combine with these offices is that I do think you have staff with long-term historical knowledge and experience that may not be willing to work under the combined office. And you're going to lose those people. And with the current climate of not being able to hire new employees and retain employees, we could have some significant vulnerabilities, even more concerning than where we're at right now. I mean, we do not get applicants in any of the offices that are qualified to handle the workload that we have. We have reclassification requests in with human resources. We have compaction issues after the Cough and Cola study that are not being addressed. So those are causing some problems in all of our offices. And that's not because the 3 elected department heads aren't doing everything they can to be productive and shore up those systems and those resources. So, I think we need to be really careful. I mean, there has not been a comprehensive analysis, study, and risk benefit presented with this topic. If you look at any of the other counties who have undertaken this potential decision, there's a multi-page staff report that indicates that they've met with all of the offices potentially involved, that they describe the benefits and the vulnerabilities by doing that combined office, and they make an educated decision about it. And I wouldn't say that rules it out forever in the future, but I don't know that the time is right now to cause such significant instability in the offices that you're talking about. These are the critical financial offices to the county for all departments and for the whole county. And I am very concerned that, if you go down this path, we could have some significant, staff uncertainty, or staff that's worked here for 30 years and just doesn't want to do it anymore under the new structure, that would be willing potentially to stay under the current structure. So I think, that there's some real potential consequences of not making an informed decision. And the county has so many other important initiatives right now. You need to find a new HR director. You have to deal with the CEO, CAO issue. You need to deal with, how successful the HHSA, taking that agency apart, and you have other employee morale issues. I don't really see the benefit of doing this right now without significant potential risk. So, I sincerely hope that the board will leave the offices as independent elected offices, put the issue to rest so that we can all continue to focus our energy on the success of the property tax system and the finance system upgrade and the other important functions we do every day. So, I would hope that we can get your support to help us, staff up our departments and continue to be effective. Thank you.
Supervisor McGordy, then Supervisor Williams.
Well, this is very familiar sounding. I know that we're not staffed as well as we should be in a lot of departments, so I get that part, and it's something I think that the board is starting to see as a priority as we move to get a human resources director replaced. Here's the flip side to everything that that you discussed, though. How do we know that someone's going to run for office who's qualified, who really has the professional chops to do the work? I mean, there's no guarantee on that either, is there? Carrie? Shamiz?
Was that to me? Or
We can start with you, Sherry.
that is, I think, one of the biggest risks is you have no guarantee who's going to get in there. I believe, the education, all those things are very, very important. But I know people that are educated that I don't think do a great job. And then what's happened is then you've got two offices tied up instead of one. I had somebody run against me in 2006 that I did not think was, I don't believe that she should have even been able to run it. I don't think she met the qualifications. But if she were to have won, I would have quit. I would have transferred to another office or gone somewhere else. And two, I knew that the auditor's office was at least their half was intact because nobody ran against the auditor at that time. So I think that is a real risk. You have no guarantee who will be the successful candidate of a combined office. And then you've got two offices that they've got control over. He or she would have control over.
Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, reflecting back on Chair Jurdy's point that how can it work for Sonoma County, but not us? We're such a small county, small population. I think it's our job to think about public policy and proper structure for the decades to come. And I don't want to take into consideration threats that employees will walk if we try to align with the best possible structure. I don't think that's appropriate for this discussion. I hope employees don't leave. I've fought for fair wages. The board supported me on that. I think we'll continue. If there's COLA issues, let's address them. But I don't want to be held hostage to threats that somebody key will walk and the county will be left stranded. To me, that doesn't highlight stability. So with that, I would like to try moving number 1 of the recommended action.
Okay, for the time being, there doesn't seem to be a second. Supervisor Hashek, get your hand raised.
Yes, thank you, Chair Jurdy. So, Treasurer, Tax Collector Schattmeyer brought up a good point of doing an analysis of what the real pros and cons would be of each of these options, and figuring out where the efficiencies would be gained or lost, or just looking at a real in-depth study of consolidating these positions or not, and also what would be the next steps on doing that, and how to make this transition happen if possible, if that's the direction we end up going. So I think without really an analysis of these offices, it's hard to make a decision on which way to go.
So,
And
Supervisor Hishik,
oh,
yeah, so I hear what you're saying, but we clearly have a decision in front of us. One decision is to do nothing for 4 years. So if we do not combine these positions soon, these positions will remain separate for 4 years, because the election is candidates are about to file for office at the beginning of next year in January. They'll take out papers to reduce their filing fees. I think it's in February, March, they could actually file to run for office. So if the board does nothing soon, these positions will remain separate, elected department heads, for another 5 years. If we do combine them, there will be one or more candidates running for a single seat. The voters, I predict, will actually get to know who this one person is. Right now, I think there's mass confusion, if any awareness among the public as to who a treasurer is, who an auditor is. Most people couldn't name either in Mendocino County. I think there's a possibility with just a single position that at least the voters would know who that person is or have some sense. Certainly less confusion than there is right now. And what incrementally would happen is, one, we would have people running for office in February, March, and there'll be some sorting through the electorate in the June primary. Then in May and June, the board would be adopting a budget for this consolidated office. So there's plenty of time to be working with those two departments between now and then on a consolidated budget staffing level. And then ultimately, the new department head takes office in January of 2023. So I see this as being one of several incremental steps that take place between now and January of 2023. But if we don't take this action today, maybe we could take action at our next meeting. We're looking at basically 5 years of the status quo and kicking the can down the road. I mean, this can has been kicked down the road since 2006 because there has not been a vacancy in one of these offices since 2006, known to the board in advance. And so that's why this decision is in front of us. I don't think it's rocket science. Sonoma County has not just 5 times the population, they have 7 times the general fund money that the County of Mendocino has. They have the Sonoma County Water Agency. They've got all sorts of money flowing through the County of Sonoma. It's a substantially more complicated operation in Sonoma than it is in Mendocino. And if they can make it work, we can make it work if we want to. Supervisor McGordy.
I feel like we're missing some information. I'd kind of hope to hear from Pat Blacklock from RCRC and have a little bit more robust discussion. I basically support the concept of trying to have a more centralized financing division, because that's done by most successful organizations. So I'm not opposed to doing this. I'm feeling like we need a little bit more information, and we could. I don't know if there's a possibility of saying we support this and we want more info before we make a final decision.
I think really we go to County Council to understand what our time frame is for taking action.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do need to preface this by saying it gets a little bit ambiguous once we get into the new year, because the signatures in lieu would be coming out starting January 3rd, but I believe that the actual filing of papers wouldn't be until February, so I don't recall the exact dates there. You do have some time. You need to have a first and second reading of an ordinance. So you need essentially both of those meetings to have occurred before the end of the year to avoid any sort of argument as to whether or not any of the positions had vested. I will say even after candidates have filed for office, the board might have a decent argument that essentially has the ability to consolidate for the upcoming year. I just think that's going to present a number of complications, and in particular, it looks like you'd have the vesting issue with respect to the compensation. So, as long as you act before the end of this year, I think it's very clear that the board is sort of well within its authority and not going to run into any sort of double compensation issues for a consolidated position. If you bleed over into January, frankly, if the board is thinking about doing that, I'd probably want to do a little bit more deeper digging as to what exactly the arguments will look like with respect to signatures in lieu between now and the board's next meeting. I would note you would have the option, nothing you do today is final one way or another. So, I mean, unless the board decides that you don't want to take any action and sort of direct staff not to spend any more time on this. But if you were to go ahead and introduce and waive the first reading of the ordinance, that you would still have to bring it back for a second reading prior to passage. You've got a few options. You could simply put this off until December, and if I would suggest that if the board has specific questions that it wants answered, it sort of let staff know what those are, and we could do whatever research you need to come back with the specifics on this. If you put this off and did your first reading at the first meeting in December, I believe you'd still have time to go ahead and have passage before the end of the new year. Or if you were to introduce and to waive the first reading of this meeting, you could pass it at any time. Just bearing in mind, if you made any changes, it would need to come back for another first reading.
So on that last point, Christian, we normally see a second reading at the next meeting. Are you saying that just seems to be standard, but are you saying that there's the option of having a first reading at this meeting and postponing the second reading to sometime in December, which would give more time for, say, some additional staff questions answered?
Yes, and I just note the board's regular practice had been to put the second reading and the final adoption on consent calendar after there has already been an introduction and first reading. If the board wanted to go that route, what I would suggest is that we probably wouldn't want to bring it back as consent. I think we'd want to bring it back as a regular item because it sounds like the board really does want more information on this one, and it's not. The second reading wouldn't just be a formality. It would be sort of more of a significant decision.
Okay. Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, I wanted to make the same point to answer Glenn's last question. And Glenn, I would appreciate if you could support us on this first reading. You still have the ability to come back and pull your support should you research and find that it's not a good idea. But I think leaving the ambiguity of any of these three choices to a future meeting doesn't give staff enough direction of what to come back with. And I don't want to have staff, preparing to explain what the director of finance model would look like if we're really set on consolidating two independent departments into one independent department. So I think, this isn't the final action. This would just be the start to get the ball rolling. My time on the board, I've looked at Chair Jurdy. I think in his power zone is government structure. He has the seniority, and I'm looking up to him between options 1 and 2, because I think he really has put in the time to study this and has the history to know what's worked, what hasn't, and what will allow us to be as successful as the public demands.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question. I'm not sure if it's for County Council. I'm asking about the qualifications of a combined treasurer, tax collector, auditor, controller. Those individuals would have the same qualification requirements to run for office? That was a question, not a statement.
If I may respond to the chair, I might have misunderstood the question, but I think what you're asking is if consolidated, would the qualifications in the draft ordinance all apply to the single office? And that is correct. If you didn't consolidate, I believe there would be a difference in the qualifications for the two different positions.
And what exactly are the qualifications then for somebody to run for a combined position?
if you want to give me just a moment, I think I need to pull that up. There's a few alternatives in the structure, so there's a few different ways that you can meet them. If you give me just a few minutes, I can pull that up, or if you want to go into the next question, I can pull it up and we can come back to me.
I would appreciate knowing what the qualifications are. I want to say that I generally support some type of combined fiscal department. I think that we are stretched way too thin, as evidenced by the conversation today. We do not have enough people that are cross-trained to be able to effectively carry the county, as has been mentioned, if some key staff members were to leave. And I think that as has also been mentioned, is really going to fall on the board. When or if that happens, it's not going to be on independent elected officials. And I also very much believe that, each board member's role is to make sure that we're using the public's money effectively, and also respect and understand the positions that the treasurer, tax collector, and auditor do, not only for the county's budget, but for the districts. So I think that there must be a way that we can work together to come up with a plan moving forward. And I appreciate that you both feel that you have not been included in that conversation of what that might look like. And I hope that if we move forward today, that there would be an ad hoc or some type of committee that will work on together figuring out how we could best combine the departments for the best effectiveness for the county.
For this comment, Supervisor Moore. County Council, you're in the process of looking up that section.
Yes, Mr. Chair, we're pulling it up right now, and I'm actually asking Mr. Kudrowski to join. He had looked those up previously, and if the clerk of the board could pull him into the meeting. And just to get started here, Mr. Chair, pursuant to Government Code Section 26945, it looks like there are four different ways to meet the criteria to hold the position of county auditor. The first is to possess a certificate issued by the Board of Accountancy. The second is a bachelor's degree from a four-year institution. And at least 5 years in senior fiscal management position in a county, city, or other public agency or private firm. A certificate issued by the Institute of Internal Auditors showing the person to be a designated professional internal auditor, or that the person has served as a county auditor, chief deputy county auditor, or chief assistant county auditor for a continuous period of not less than 3 years.
And can I have a follow-up question to the question Supervisor Mulhern raised? So there's these government code sections that would apply to the position. Very certainly there are people who are thinking of running for either the separated or combined position. What is the process for a potential candidate to inquire if they meet the qualifications? Do they submit information to the county council's office? I'm just trying to understand what's the process for someone to determine that they meet the qualifications.
So, Mr. Chair, I think as Ms. Schapmeyer was alluding to before, I don't know that there actually is a particularly strong provision for preliminary review. I'm not certain that the elections office does particularly any vetting of the qualifications. There's a possibility that if someone didn't meet the qualifications, they might be subject to a quo warranto action that might prevent them from holding office. But I'm not currently aware of sort of a strong administrative review process prior to someone getting on the ballot.
Okay. I think that would be some information that the board would want to see prior to a second reading. Just so applicants or potential candidates would know what the process is that they'd be pursuing if they were to be a candidate. And it would also provide the board with some additional information prior to a second reading.
And Mr. Chair, just to answer the other part of the question, the qualifications for treasurer are governed by Government Code Section 27,000.7. There appear to be 5 different ways to be able to qualify for that position. One is that the person serves in a senior financial management position with similar financial responsibilities for a continuous period of not less than 3 years. The second is that the person possess a valid bachelor, master's, or doctoral degree in one of the fields of either business administration, public administration, economics, finance, accounting, or a related field with a minimum of 16 college semester units in accounting, auditing, or finance. The third is that a person may possess a valid certificate issued by the Board of Accountancy. The fourth is that the person possesses a valid charter issued by the Institute of Chartered Financial Analysts, showing the person to be a chartered financial analyst. And the fifth is that the person possesses a valid certificate issued by the Treasury Management Association, showing them to be a certified cash manager with a minimum of 16 college semester units or their equivalent in accounting, auditing, or finance.
Okay, and just looking at our calendar, we have 3 meetings scheduled for December 7th, December 13th, December 14th. And I think in the perfect scenario, we would have this come back on the 13th, the second meeting in December. So with a second reading, so that there'd be time to have any questions answered prior to a second reading, and even if necessary, it could even theoretically be continued for to the second day, going from that Monday to that Tuesday. That's just a suggestion to allow for questions to be answered prior to a second reading. Supervisor McGorty?
I'd like to second the motion on the floor. I would also like to make a comment that I take the cautions of Shamiz and Shari very, very seriously. I think that we need additional information to make a more robust ordinance and really address the questions of what kind of qualifications would somebody need to run for this office. That's got to be really, really clear. And in a way, this is a little bit of having the cart before the horse, because it would be great if we'd had a more robust study and information to act on. But I think that this is the direction that more progressive counties are going, is consolidating their financial services into ultimately a single department, and where all financial functions are done in one shop.
Excuse me, Chair Drudy. This is Deputy Clerk Dina Guerra. I just wanted to point out that December 13th meeting is a standing committee meeting, not a regular meeting.
Okay, so it would come back on the 14th for a second reading?
Okay.
Is that what the maker of the motion second would like to see it come back at the last meeting in December, so there's plenty of time for staff to answer any questions that people have?
Yeah, that works for me, and I don't want to lose sight of Supervisor McGorty's request for more information. Does staff have what they need in order to follow up, or who will ensure that that information comes back?
If I may respond through the chair, I've gotten a few questions here from the board, particularly the questions regarding the number of other counties that are engaged in this. I might rely a little bit on human resources and their prior research to be able to provide that information. In terms of the questions and the qualifications and the questions on the vetting process, I can certainly come back with more information on that. However, if there are sort of additional questions, I want to make sure that I capture them now. And additionally, I suspect there may be some questions regarding sort of a handful of practical questions I might not be able to speak to. So, for example, I can tell you what the statutory obligations are of the auditor's office and the treasurer tax collector's office. In fact, we just uploaded a short document with a few bullet points listing some of those to this item now. However, my understanding is that they also have some additional functions that they've taken on. I believe Ms. Schappmeyer mentioned court collections, et cetera. And I'm not entirely sure that I'd be able to give you a dispositive list of those. It may be helpful if those departments could sort of provide a bit of an overview as to what those functions might be. If that's something that the board is looking for.
Okay. Supervisor McGorty, then Supervisor Hashak.
So I would also suggest to council that we take a look at ordinances of other counties that have done the consolidation and see exactly what they have to say, what's explicit in their ordinance.
Thank you. We'll do a little review there. I would say that the draft ordinance we provided was taken, I believe, from Santa Cruz. So we've done just a little bit of preliminary work on that front.
Supervisor Hashak.
Thank you, Chair Jurdy. Yeah, and I'd also like to know about the efficiencies that are expected from this and also the risk, that we're hearing about, whether it's duplication or, whatever it is, what could be a potential downfall. What I hear from the public is, if you have the auditor it consolidated, what's the independence of the auditor's role then? And so some of those questions, I think the public wants to know too, that we're making sure that, we're not consolidating all the power into one position.
If I may, through the chair, I can provide, I think, some amount of discussion of the relevant laws, obligations, and statutory functions. I'm really not sure if I, as the lawyer, am sort of the best position to be able to tell you sort of the full scope of what efficiencies might be realized, et cetera. To the extent there's some operational questions there, I wonder if there may be a more appropriate person to be able to speak to that factor.
Okay, all right. Do we have any public comment on this agenda item?
Yes, we do.
First on the line is Ron Edwards.
Thank you. Good morning again, board. Boy, tell you, retirement has allowed me to track a lot of issues much more closely. And, I remember the concerns of how this sort of came on my radar was the passing down in the office. And I haven't heard any discussion to correct when an elected official retires on passing that office down. I think that the public is more concerned, at least I am, with that issue being corrected. And there's been a lot of talk, and the other pattern I'm seeing is that you have a major issue here and you're trying to get it done on a timeline. And it seems to me that the board needs to have more workshops to discuss these issues in much more detail. Once again, you have members of those offices saying, hey, whoa, slow down, you need more information. And the board is going like, yeah, we hear you, but we're just going to keep going. So I think that, I don't know, maybe it's time or what it is, but these are very complex issues. And when you're talking about comparing to Sonoma County, I think that you're overlooking some things like what is the staff size in those offices in Sonoma County? That would make a big difference in how this consolidation works. The other big issue and concern is that when you run for office in Sonoma County, it costs a multitude more than it does to run in Mendocino County. And by leaving these three separate offices, the public is able to say, hey, we'd like some checks and balances. We don't want this all in one hand. So, again, it would not take much money for someone to come in because there are not loads of people running for these positions. Generally, incumbents are reelected because the public is comfortable with them. But what is to keep some upstart person to come in, throw, a modest amount of money and win? Way different situation in Sonoma or other counties. So I think that when you're looking at comparing to other counties, you need to look at all the metrics, salary, ability of staffing, ability to attract staffing. So this is very complex. And I think that just by saying, well, Sonoma County can do it or other counties do it is not in Mendocino County. We only have 100,000 people. It does not take a lot of votes to get elected. Our elections are a lot closer than a lot of other counties. So you really need to look at this, particularly when your department heads are telling you that they have some concerns. Your public is telling you their concerns. So, you know, if it takes another 6 years, it takes another 6 years to get it correct. Thank you.
Hey, Ron,
Yes,
I'm a little bit confused. Do you live in Sonoma County?
I have a house in Sonoma County and I am moving back there shortly. I'm just finishing up in Mendocino, but I have been a resident of Mendocino County for 21 years. My heart is there. I care about Mendocino.
I appreciate that, but I mean, it's a little bit awkward in that I think you're getting the benefit of efficiency in Sonoma County and arguing that we should stay inefficient in Mendocino County.
Well, you know, for that 21 years, I have lived up there, and while my wife has lived in Sonoma County. So, you know, I don't know why it's upsetting that you're having somebody point out these things. That it's not about inefficiency. It's about accountability. It's about listening to procedures. It's about hearing your tax collector. It's about hearing the assessor say these things. I think I'm just reflecting what they're saying. I'm not saying anything different than they said.
Thanks for the comments.
Does that conclude public comment from Mendocino or Sonoma County?
That concludes public comment.
Okay. Supervisor Mulhern.
Mr. Edwards brings up a very good point, and it's one that I've been considering as we're talking about this. Truly appreciate Ms. Shepmeyer and Ms. Covison for stepping up to the roles that they are in, but I don't believe that we've had a democratic process for electing these two departments in several decades. It has simply been an assistant is appointed, and that's not the public that's deciding that. That's not a democratic process. That is somebody in a position choosing who they want to be the next appointee. And I think that there's an opportunity to truly have a position that is elected and is accountable to the public. And, you know, that's what I had to do. And I just think it's incredibly important that we have whomever our financial officers are that really do have to be accountable to the public.
Okay, can we have a roll call?
Yes, I would like to clarify the motion first. What I have is introduce and waive first reading of an ordinance repealing Mendocino County Code Section 2.16.04, adding Section 2.16.070, and amending Chapter 2.36 for the purpose of consolidating the offices of the Auditor Controller and the Tax Collector, and direct staff to bring it back for a second reading at the December 14th meeting.
Yes.
Okay. Supervisor McGorty?
Yes.
Supervisor Haschak?
Yes.
Chair Jurdy?
Yes.
Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
The motion carries unanimously.
Okay, and again, we have multiple steps to go. Second reading in December 14th. We'll obviously have people running for office, have an election in June, have budget adoption in May and June, and someone taking office in January of 2023. So a lot of steps ahead of us. We're going to go for a break and come back at 1:30 for our last item of the day, which is item 4A, resolution regarding Jackson State Forest.
Cuando contraté el COVID me espanté, pero cuando admitieron a mi papá al hospital con la infección de COVID me espanté aún más. Por eso me vacuné, para protegerme a mí y a mi familia.
We are so lucky to live in Mendocino County. The beauty of this place is reflected in the hearts of the people who live here.
We may not all look alike or sound alike,
but we are all one community.
During this pandemic, we need to be kind to one another
and keep each other safe. By being careful not to spread the virus.
And by getting vaccinated as soon as we can.
We need to do this for each other.
And we can do this together.
We can do this!
हम सब कर सकते हैं.
ये bet में आया.
Podemos hacerlo por todos nosotros. ఇది మనందరికీ సాధ్యం.
A gente pode fazer isso. Yun robrum knia.
Wamanye mape.
Aba, kayang-kaya natin to.
Wir können das schaffen.
Namaste. આપણે કરી શકીએ છીએ.
Ehikino kako.
हामी यो गर्न सक्छौं.
Yeah, yeah, all day.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community.
Not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
We are in the race of our lives.
For all of our lives.
Against COVID-19.
The virus keeps changing into new variants,
which is what viruses tend to do when they spread.
Some variants are more contagious,
while others cause more disease and death.
If we do not stop the spread of COVID-19 soon,
some variants may develop that we do not have antiviral therapies for.
Some could make our vaccines less effective or not effective at all.
This would set us back to where we were last year.
When we were worried that our hospitals would be overwhelmed.
When schools closed and children had to shelter in place.
And when we could not see friends and family for fear of spreading COVID-19.
So it's so important that we take all necessary precautions to protect everyone.
Especially the most vulnerable among us.
We need to vaccinate as many people as quickly as possible. To save as many lives as we can.
Together, we can win this race.
For our patients.
For our elders.
For ourselves.
For you.
For us.
For our community.
Por nuestra comunidad.
Yo me vacuné porque amo a mi familia y amo a mi comunidad.
Yo me vacuné para no exponer a personas vulnerables y no poner en riesgo las personas que amo.
Yo me vacuné. Mi vida es importante, mi salud es importante. La salud de mi hijo, de mi familia, de la comunidad y la humanidad es importante. Vacúnense.
When I got vaccinated for a different reason than I'm telling you to get vaccinated for. I got vaccinated in December because I was terrified I would get sick and I would get my father or my wife or one of my patients sick. In May, I'm telling you, vaccinate so we can get back to normal life. We all want to get to barbecues and parties and to travel. If we go back to regular life without vaccines, we're guaranteed to get COVID. These vaccines are amazingly safe. COVID is not. So get vaccinated so we can start the best summer ever.
I got vaccinated for the people who can't.
I got vaccinated because I want to be part of the solution. I love Mendocino County, and I want us to be able to live our lives again and build stronger communities.
I got vaccinated because I believe in science. I want to protect my community, my patients, and my family. I want to do my part for others, for children who should be in school, for frontline workers who we so depend on, and for the millions of people worldwide who lost their lives to COVID this last year.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community.
Not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
Los latinos componemos el 25% de los habitantes del condado. Aún así, la mitad de los casos del COVID somos nosotros. Nuestra comunidad depende mucho de la población hispana. Desafortunadamente, no recibimos la protección necesaria, así que es importante que nos cuidemos uno al otro. De este modo, no perderemos a nuestros seres queridos y podremos disfrutar de nuestras reuniones familiares.
We are our ancestors' children, and we carry their intergenerational traumas attached to trusting the government and vaccinations. I can say I lived through a pandemic by choosing to get vaccinated. I chose to get vaccinated because I had to be a good leader and example for my people. I also got vaccinated to protect my daughter, who has a compromised immune system. I urge you to get vaccinated to become a protector of our elders and Native community.
Cuando contraté el COVID me espanté, pero cuando admitieron a mi papá al hospital con la infección de COVID me espanté aún más. Por eso me vacuné, para protegerme a mí y a mi familia.
We are so lucky to live in Mendocino County.
The beauty of this place is reflected in the hearts of the people who live here.
We may not all look alike
or sound alike,
but we are all one community.
During this pandemic,
we need to be kind to one another
and keep each other safe.
By being careful not to spread the virus.
And by getting vaccinated as soon as we can.
We need to do this for each other.
And we can do this together.
We can do this!
हम सब कर सकते हैं.
ये bet me आया.
我们能够做到.
Podemos hacerlo por todos nosotros.
ఇది మనందరికీ సాధ్యం.
A gente pode fazer isso.
Yun robrum knia.
Wamanye mape.
Aba, kayang-kaya natin to.
Wir können das schaffen.
Namaste. આપણે કરી શકીએ છીએ.
Ehikino kako.
हामी यो गर्न सक्छौं.
Yeah, yeah, all day.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community.
Not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
We are in the race of our lives.
For all of our lives.
Against COVID-19.
The virus keeps changing into new variants,
which is what viruses tend to do when they spread.
Some variants are more contagious,
while others cause more disease and death.
If we do not stop the spread of COVID-19 soon,
some variants may develop that we do not have antiviral therapies for.
Some could make our vaccines less effective or not effective at all.
This would set us back to where we were last year.
When we were worried that our hospitals would be overwhelmed.
When schools closed and children had to shelter in place.
And when we could not see friends and family for fear of spreading COVID-19.
So it's so important that we take all necessary precautions to protect everyone, especially the most vulnerable among us.
We need to vaccinate as many people as quickly as possible.
To save as many lives as we can.
Together, we can win this race.
For our patients.
For our elders. For ourselves. For you. For us.
For our community.
Por nuestra comunidad.
Yo me vacuné porque amo a mi familia y amo a mi comunidad.
Yo me vacuné para no exponer a personas vulnerables y no poner en riesgo las personas que amo.
Yo me vacuné. Mi vida es importante, mi salud es importante. La salud de mi hijo, de mi familia, de la comunidad y la humanidad es importante. Vacúnense.
When I got vaccinated for a different reason than I'm telling you to get vaccinated for. I got vaccinated in December because I was terrified I would get sick and I would get my father or my wife or one of my patients sick. In May, I'm telling you, vaccinate so we can get back to normal life. We all want to get to barbecues and parties and to travel. If we go back to regular life without vaccines, we're guaranteed to get COVID. These vaccines are amazingly safe. COVID is not. So get vaccinated so we can start the best summer ever.
I got vaccinated for the people who can't.
I got vaccinated because I want to be part of the solution. I love Mendocino County, and I want us to be able to live our lives again and build stronger communities.
I got vaccinated because I believe in science. I want to protect my community, my patients, and my family. I want to do my part for others, for children who should be in school, for frontline workers who we so depend on, and for the millions of people worldwide who lost their lives to COVID this last year.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community.
Not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
Los latinos componemos el 25% de los habitantes del condado. Aún así, la mitad de los casos del COVID somos nosotros. Nuestra comunidad depende mucho de la población hispana. Desafortunadamente, no recibimos la protección necesaria, así que es importante que nos cuidemos uno al otro. De este modo, no perderemos a nuestros seres queridos y podremos disfrutar de nuestras reuniones familiares.
We are our ancestors' children, and we carry their intergenerational traumas attached to trusting the government and vaccinations. I can say I lived through a pandemic by choosing to get vaccinated. I chose to get vaccinated because I had to be a good leader and example for my people. I also got vaccinated to protect my daughter, who has a compromised immune system. I urge you to get vaccinated to become a protector of our elders and Native community.
Cuando contraté el COVID me espanté, pero cuando admitieron a mi papá al hospital con la infección de COVID me espanté aún más. Por eso me vacuné, para protegerme a mí y a mi familia.
We are so lucky to live in Mendocino County.
The beauty of this place is reflected in the hearts of the people who live here.
We may not all look alike
or sound alike,
but we are all one community.
During this pandemic,
we need to be kind to one another.
And keep each other safe.
By being careful not to spread the virus.
And by getting vaccinated as soon as we can.
We need to do this for each other.
And we can do this together.
We can do this!
हम सब कर सकते हैं.
You bet me, yeah.
我们能够做到.
Podemos hacerlo por todos nosotros.
ఇది మనందరికీ సాధ్యం.
A gente pode fazer isso.
Yun robrum knia.
Wamanye mape.
Aba, kayang-kaya natin to.
Wir können das schaffen.
નમસ્તે, આપણે કરી શકીએ છીએ.
Ehikino kako.
हामी यो गर्न सक्छौं.
Yeah, yeah, all day.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community.
Not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
We are in the race of our lives.
For all of our lives.
Against COVID-19.
The virus keeps changing into new variants,
which is what viruses tend to do when they spread.
Some variants are more contagious,
while others cause more disease and death.
If we do not stop the spread of COVID-19 soon,
some variants may develop that we do not have antiviral therapies for.
some could make our vaccines less effective or not effective at all.
This would set us back to where we were last year.
When we were worried that our hospitals would be overwhelmed.
When schools closed and children had to shelter in place.
And when we could not see friends and family for fear of spreading COVID-19.
So it's so important that we take all necessary precautions to protect everyone, especially the most vulnerable among us.
We need to vaccinate as many people as quickly as possible.
To save as many lives as we can.
Together, we can win this race.
For our patients.
For our elders. For ourselves. For you. For us.
For our community.
Por nuestra comunidad.
Yo me vacuné porque amo a mi familia y amo a mi comunidad.
Yo me vacuné para no exponer a personas vulnerables y no poner en riesgo las personas que amo.
Yo me vacuné. Mi vida es importante, mi salud es importante. La salud de mi hijo, de mi familia, de la comunidad y la humanidad es importante. Vacúnense.
When I got vaccinated for a different reason than I'm telling you to get vaccinated for. I got vaccinated in December because I was terrified I would get sick and I would get my father or my wife or one of my patients sick. In May, I'm telling you, vaccinate so we can get back to normal life. We all want to get to barbecues and parties and to travel. If we go back to regular life without vaccines, we're guaranteed to get COVID. These vaccines are amazingly safe. COVID is not. So get vaccinated so we can start the best summer ever.
We're going to resume the Mendocino County Board of Supervisors, and the final action item for today's agenda is we have a resolution prepared by Supervisor Williams and myself, and it calls for a scientific review of Jackson Demonstration State Forest. Supervisor Williams, you'd like to lead this off?
Yeah, I'd be happy to. Jackson's sorry, I was still on break in my mind. JDSF is important to a lot of people, and Chair Jurdy and I examined brewing conflict and tried to look through the lens of JDSF staff, CAL FIRE contractors, neighbors, and the public at large. And in this resolution, we attempted to distill a couple of the common concerns that we heard expressed vocally. And it's worth noting that the future of the forest can be seen through the lens of climate change, the visitor economy, recreation, forest-related work, cultural preservation, noting that this is forest land that's really unceded territory of Indigenous people. And it was our hope to come up with a resolution that was pro-science, not anti-logging, not taking any one perspective, but pro-science. During the pandemic, we heard the state following the science. We see that science on climate change is rapidly evolving, highlighted by the governor's recent executive order, our President Biden on climate change in Glasgow. And I believe the resolution speaks for itself in representing the will of the people. I want to thank Chair Jurdy for collaboration, and the board for thoughtful consideration. And I'd like to ask speakers, I understand there are several in the queue, and I think we've received about 800 public comments in writing. I'd like to ask the speakers to try to be brief, try to remain respectful of others who may have differing perspectives. These are our neighbors. And although we're on video conference and telephone today, treat it as we're all in the same room looking at each other, and try to stay within scope. The Board of Supervisors doesn't exercise authority over forest management. This isn't the place to call for a halt to all logging. This is the place to support very specific resolution that calls on the state to ensure alignment between the governor's recent executive order, his 30 by 30 plan to preserve state lands and waters for the benefit of climate, and JDSF. And we understand that a lot of work has gone into past JDSF plans, but we also recognize a lot has changed in science, our interpretation of climate, our proactive next steps. And we think it's appropriate that the state be nudged to ensure their forest management plans are refreshed. And I'm hoping that we can start with a government-to-government consultation with Coyote Valley Band of Pomo Indian, and then hopefully input from Marie Jones of our own Climate Action Advisory Committee. Chair Jurdy, is there anything you'd like to add?
I'd just like to add that Jackson State Forest is a treasure in this county that people clearly care so much about, whether they recreate in it or just drive through it on Highway 20. And I think what we're hearing from the community is they really want to know that the decision makers in Sacramento, the people who advise our governors, who manage the State Resource Agency, also care as deeply as they need to about such an important treasure here in Mendocino County for all the people of California. So yeah, with that, if we don't have any opening comments from board members, we could then go to public comment, but Supervisor McGordy.
I just wanted to say also on the line is our staff forester, University of California Cooperative Extension Forester, Michael Jones, who's actually a researcher. He's actually taking time off from working and preparing a plot today, and he is also on the line available for consultation with us.
Thank you for that. So we'll just note that for the clerk of the board's office. Hopefully they can make sure he's early in the queue to give his comments so he can go back to his work. Supervisor Hashak.
Thank you, Chair Jurdy. So, what, well, this has certainly been a controversial issue for many, and, there's very passionate people on both sides and all sides of it. My recollection was that when we talked about this in August, I think, that you and Supervisor Williams were going to come back with a presentation on Jackson State Forest. And so I was surprised that we're at the point where we're talking about a resolution instead of having a presentation from all sides, because there certainly are a lot of sides, certainly environmental aspects, but also there's, the community aspects, economic aspects, the state forestry issues. I'm glad that people from the UC Extension are on the line to talk about, the scientific approach to it. So, my understanding of Jackson State Forest is, it's a demonstration forest. We should be demonstrating best practices. And, I just would like to have the presentation mode where we can have more than 3 minutes from different parties, all parties, who have some valid concerns.
Super Haschak, I don't disagree with you, and I think that presentation should come forward. As we started trying to put that together, we realized that the governor had signed an executive order that includes a plan being drawn up by February 1st, 2022. And so there's a bit of a chicken and egg. Do we present the current plan, or knowing that the state is very likely to ask CAL FIRE to update to align with the governor's executive order, or do we nudge the state to do that work first so that we get one presentation? We decided that it's appropriate to ask for that update first so that we're presenting the most up-to-date plan.
Well, I think that a lot of the concern is that this resolution will put a halt to logging in Jackson State Forest. And it will, people are saying, oh, yeah, this is a moratorium. And so I just think that we should really be clear on what we're trying to achieve with this resolution and have different sides present.
So Supervisor Hashak, I appreciate your comments. And if at any time there's a speaker who's delivering information that needs more fleshing out, I hope that other supervisors will ask that person for follow-up information, and that would extend their speaking time beyond the 3 minutes. So I absolutely hope that we're going to get a balanced balanced comments from the public on this item. And then just finally, we did attempt to craft a resolution that was really focused on this issue of climate, and there in no way is there any reference to moratorium in the resolution. So I just encourage people to read the resolution if they have concerns. With that, do we have any other questions or comments before we go to public comment? So ask the clerk of the board's office to open up the public comment.
First on the line is Priscilla Hunter, followed by Marie Jones and Kevin Conway.
Yep, there you go. Hello?
We can hear you.
All right. Hello, this Priscilla Hunter. I'm a member of the Coyote Valley Band of Pomo Indians and a tribal historic preservation officer. We're in support of the agenda item 4A, but we have some, concerns that this is a good first step to even recognizing the climate changes with requests from the governor. I would hope he would be listening to all of us. And the issue is that I know there's a whole issue regarding the logging. However, the issue is that by the time they go back and do the study, which is needed, because there's a lot of concerns that we have regarding fire, water, and one of our main issues is regarding the destroying of our sacred sites. There's quite a bit that was reported regarding our sacred sites, that there was recommendations to protect these different sites, and they should be all protected. But then Caltrans or whomever didn't follow the recommendations of protecting those sites. And if they keep continuing to cut those trees down by those sites, they're continuing to destroy our cultural sites. We can't even get in there to be able to go up and pray there and see where our ancestors held their ceremonies and lived. It's very, very hurting. And the issue is You know, you don't want anybody getting hurt over, money. But I thank the supervisors and to taking this time to realize there needs to be an updated management plan. Well, we thank you for taking, doing this and taking the time to listen to us. But we do request that there is a moratorium or a different name you need to hold, to help Mother Earth out. Thank you.
Next on the line is Marie Jones.
Thanks for letting me speak this morning. I wanted to let you know that my name is Marie Jones and I'm the chair of the Mendocino County Climate Action Advisory Committee. I want to thank both Ted and Dan for this timely resolution and to note that while leaders from around the world were negotiating in Copenhagen, you were negotiating right here in our hometown for solutions at the local level. I also recognize that the resolution before the board is a compromise. And that's a good thing because it's through compromise that we can find solutions for our community. The Mendocino County Climate Action Advisory Board is composed of 15 people that are appointed by the board members to address climate issues in Mendocino County. That board has met on 2 occasions to talk about Jackson Demonstration State Forest and to take action regarding the same. In July of this year, they passed a resolution with regard to Jackson. And then again in October, they endorsed a report called Time to Change the Mission. Both of these documents have been sent on to the California Natural Resources Agency for their consideration. I recognize that the resolution before the board today is not asking for a pause of timber harvest plans or timber harvests. And I recognize that that's a compromise amongst the board members. So right now I'm just reporting on what the Climate Action Advisory Committee recommended. And one of those things that they did recommend was to pause timber harvests until a new management plan is adopted. They also recommended that the state change the law regarding the management objectives for Jackson from commercial logging to carbon sequestration and public recreation. The committee also recommended that Jackson be included in the California Natural Resources Agency 30 by 30 strategy to achieve 30 by 30 goals, that the rights of indigenous tribes to engage in government-to-government consultation be supported, and that an official publicly meeting planning process be undertaken to develop a new management plan for Jackson Demonstration State Forest that addresses the climate crisis. That Time to Change the Mission report has since been endorsed by a wide number of groups, including the Climate Action Committee, Jug Handle Creek Nature Center, Mendocino Woodlands, Climate Action Mendocino, the Coyote Valley Tribe, the Mendocino Trail Stewards, EPIC, Forests Forever, local chapters of the Sierra Club, Native Plant Society, Thanksgiving Coffee, the John Muir Project, Grassroots Institute, and many others. Clearly, droughts, heat waves, hurricanes, rain bombs, mega fires, and catastrophic floods have become the scary new normals. The climate crisis is changing both the way we think, how we live, and what we must do. I want to thank you for asking the state to complete scientific research specific to how JDSF could be better managed given the climate crisis. I want to emphasize that research should be peer-reviewed, transparent, and credibly managed by an independent third party. Thank you so much for the work you are doing on behalf of the climate, our community, and the natural environment of Mendocino County today. It is a pleasure to serve you.
Next on the line is Michael Jones, followed by Kevin Conway and Lynn Webb.
Thank you, Supervisors, for your time. I appreciate the opportunity to speak. My name is Michael Jones. I am the University of California Cooperative Extension Forest Advisor for Mendocino County. as well as a member of the Jackson Advisory Group. I just want to make a couple comments, and I apologize if there's chatter in the background. I'm actually at the Harlan Forks fire camp right now to give this presentation, where I'm currently conducting research on wildfire and prescribed fire and forest management. The first point I want to make is that in June, July of this year, the governor and the Board of Forestry and the California Department of Forestry and Fire Protection released the report on forest management research, which was developed in response to the Forest Management Task Force Wildfire, Forest, and Forest Resiliency Action Plan. And I just want to point out this is an extremely collaborative effort that included public-private input, as well as forest stakeholders, the Science Advisory Panel of the Management Task Force, tribal communities, academic communities. And the report basically outlines the highest priorities for forest management research right now, including things like climate change and carbon management, wildfire risk management, and traditional ecological knowledge. What I want to mention is within that document, Jackson's management plan, specifically Appendix 10, the research plan, is cited as a document in which they use to identify critical research needs. And so this management plan is being used, or this research plan is being used to emphasize and dictate management under the purview of the Board of Forestry and CAL FIRE moving forward. So to suggest or imply in this resolution that the current management practices and the management plan and the research plan at Jackson is not congruent or consistent with the plan of the governor and the state is just inaccurate and is not reflect the actual types of practices happening at the forest. So I think that's an important aspect to think about, that if the management plan developed and updated in 2016 is informing policy and management decisions moving forward at the state level, I think that suggests a lot. As County Forest Advisor, my recommendation or my advice to the board is to wait to make any decisions or have any discussion about Jackson until the forest has a new forest manager, until we can have an active and engaged conversation about management at Jackson and hear from all sides involved in the process, as Supervisor Haschek suggested, and then really encourage the board and the community to engage with the Natural Resources Authority, with the Board of Forestry, to have a more open conversation with the forest and with the JAG. So thank you for your time. And if, as a county employee, if there is extra time and any of the supervisors have questions, I would be more than happy to answer them. Thank you.
I do have a question.
Yeah, I see a question from Supervisor Williams.
So, I think you point out something that's true, that we do have employees who manage Jackson who are very passionate about their work. There are research projects, and I do believe there's value that comes out of that research. But is it foreseeable that the governor's executive order and the direction the state is moving in protecting more land for carbon sequestration could have some impact on JDSF in the long term?
Absolutely, and I think it's important to recognize that the 30 by 30 conservation plan is still an evolving and developing plan, and included in that language, and all of the language referenced by the Natural Resources Agency, by the Board of Forestry and Fire Protection, is climate smart forest management. And if the management activities and the research activities at Jackson are being used as a source to inform and move forward with those policies, in my mind, that suggests very much that Jackson is addressing these high priority issues. It certainly is not perfect, and there is definitely need to update the plan, but to imply that is not consistent and not moving forward with climate change and the appropriate research and management that is there and entailed is I think just it's doing a disservice to the forest and counterproductive to what we need to happen right now. For example, I have research ongoing here, and it's on climate change, it's on forest management, it's on wildfire risk, on prescribed fire, all of these really high priority topics that is directly being impacted by the current conflict and challenges that are being addressed in the forest.
So I appreciate that. One of the problems we have is we have a lot of conflict brewing locally. And I don't want to see, and I don't think the board wants to see, conflict between the public, our public servants, foresters, researchers, and CAL FIRE has a chain of command. And so what we're doing with this resolution is going to the top of that chain and asking that there be assurance, verification that there's alignment. And like you, I don't think the entire plan will be scrapped, but I do foresee changes being made and updating it to align with the direction the state and nation will be taking to address climate change. And we're asking that that happen soon and that we be in communication about it to mitigate the conflict.
I understand, Supervisor Lund, that is the intention, but the narrative and the way this resolution is framed and the conversation we're having is completely ignoring the fact that, as I've stated now, that the forest is already working on and moving into the research that is forming the statewide policy directives.
I understand, but just the same, I would sure like to go straight to the governor and let it trickle down through the chain of command. I mean, I guess in last, I've got to turn it over to Glenn. I see his hand up, but in closing, are there any findings that you think are inaccurate in the resolution?
I mean, yeah, I actually do. I disagree with some of the language used. I think that the reductionist argument that the forest is managed primarily for commercial applications is 100% incorrect. I don't think there hasn't been a THP or a management plan that I've reviewed or been involved in that does not have an aspect of forest restoration, forest management, or research built into it. So to imply that the timber that is harvested from Jackson is purely for economic gain is absolutely incorrect. And I think that's unfair.
Which finding?
One of the statements made early in the whereas clauses suggests that the forest is managed for commercial logging. And I think that's just, that's not, I just don't find that to be an accurate statement.
Supervisor McGorty?
So I just wanted to ask Michael specifically, I know you're working today on a project. What is your project you're working on?
Yeah, so there's some really exciting research happening at Jackson right now. There's behind the Parlin Fork fire camp is an area that was recently harvested, and they're using prescribed fire to manage fuels and to achieve other forest objectives. And so what we're doing is we're going in there and collecting stand data and fuel data before the fire occurs, before the prescribed burn occurs. And then we will collect the same data from the same plots after the burn to look at, did they achieve their goals and objectives? Under what conditions did they burn? What was the efficacy of the prescribed burn? And help us determine management goals for private landowners who want to use prescribed fire to manage the redwood forest. So it's kind of a case study. We have a much larger research project looking at that question in much more detail that is in collaborative effort with UC and with UC Berkeley and Humboldt State. So it's pretty exciting that Jackson has been willing to reintroduce fire into the redwood forest and to manage redwood forest systems. And I'm very excited to be working on this project.
But when was the last time that they actually had a controlled burn in the forest like that?
Using prescribed fire as a tool for both management goals and objectives and ecological health of the system has not happened in recent history. With the historical land management practices, fire was overly and aggressively used to make it easier to cut big trees, and after that, it was not used as a tool in redwood systems. So we have very little knowledge outside of the traditional ecological knowledge, which is certainly a welcome perspective and input in the process and the research and the advisory group. There's not a lot of information on using prescribed fire in redwood forest for management or for a way to manage fuels.
Thank you. Supervisor Hashak.
Thank you, Chair Jurdy. So Michael, thanks for being on today. And you know, the research you're doing is in the redwood forest, obviously. Are there other areas in California where there are redwoods where this kind of research is going on?
No, I think that's one of the unique things about Jackson is because it's not industrial land or it's not a park managed for very specific goals and objectives, there is a lot of flexibility in how they conduct operations and the kind of research questions we can ask. And a great example of that is the Casper Watershed Study, which is this incredible paired watershed study that's been conducted for, I don't know, 60 years now. And Jackson provides an opportunity where you can say, you know what if we just use prescribed fire, and or what if we did different types of fuels treatments, or if we did different type of forest management practices, and what are those interactions and what are the effects, where if you don't achieve your desired outcome, that's not going to be a huge impact like it would be for a small private landowner. So that's a unique opportunity that we can conduct here at Jackson. And this research is certainly going to be applicable to private landowners. And the goal is to expand beyond these systems, right? We want to take this model of studying fuels management within managed forests and fuels reduction and fire risk to other systems. So the next step is to look at oak woodlands and mixed hardwood forests and mixed conifer forests. And so this is a stepping point to really dig into this research.
Okay, so so that research you're doing then gets shared with the public or private landowners, timber.
Absolutely. This information, this site is open for public tours. I want to show people what prescribed fire and redwood systems looks like, what it looks like in managed redwood forest, what it looks like in unmanaged redwood forest. This is something that we want to share and help inform private and public landowners on adding to their tools and helping them manage their redwood forest in a changing climate for different management goals and objectives, and very much to help them steward their land that meets their interests.
And is there any public input into your experiments or what's going on in the forest with what you're doing?
We certainly have. So this particular project is unfunded. So I'm just kind of donating my time. Well, it's part of my program, but it's my time plus Jackson's been generous in donating some of their text time. And so this particular project, I just threw together last minute to try to really get these plots established and collect these data. But we talk about these research questions at the JAG meetings all the time. And I get feedback from the forest. I give forest the feedback to the, it's a very collaborative atmosphere, and it helps inform the kind of research questions that we address. And if people want to come to the JAG and say, we think this is high priority, and here's a really good question we want to answer, then that helps us not decide, but helps us recruit and think about what kind of research can we look at and explore, and can we bring to Jackson what's like a really important question to look at.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor.
Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to just go back to that question about commercial activities at Jackson, and hopefully, Mr. Jones, you can answer this, and if not, that's fine as well. But the whereas specifically asks whether or not the CDF commercial timber harvest plans for JDSF have been refreshed to reflect the state's recent climate commitments. So has that happened? Is that what you were saying?
Well, so what I'm saying is that the 2016 management plan is being used to inform the action plans that the state is looking to go to develop management policy moving forward. So I don't think the 30 by 30 is not conclusive. There's not been a definitive answer on how we will achieve those goals and objectives. But the research and the management plan of Jackson is being used to inform those decisions. So I think, it's too premature to say what those changes will be, but it certainly is, Jackson is contributing to that answer and helping to create those solutions. So I think there will be change, absolutely, and that it should be right through input with the JAG, which will help make those decisions or help inform the forest, and through the update of the management plan, which can happen and will start relatively soon. So I think we are moving forward, and we are on the cutting edge of science in this forest and addressing some of these high priority issues.
Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, sir, is there anything in the resolved clauses that you would disagree with?
I'm sorry, I don't have it right in front of me. I just think that the general perspective that you want the governor to determine if the forest is consistent with these new plans. And my point when I first spoke was that the governor is using this plan, the management plan of Jackson, to make these informed decisions. So it's not to say the management plan is perfect, but the implication here is that the forest is completely out of touch with the current state of climate change and forest management. And I don't agree. And I think this really.
What language do you not agree with is what I'm trying to get at. Is
okay.
We had to make a change. What sentence is wrong? And I don't think anywhere in the resolution we're saying it's totally out of touch. And we understand Jackson will likely be used as a basis by the state for best practices elsewhere. But it does leave room, and I think you've acknowledged that the state, in it, drawing up the 30 by 30 plan, may actually update or refresh the plan at Jackson. And we're asking that be done because this board doesn't have another means to mitigate local conflict. And in collaborating on this, we see we have neighbors against neighbors, and these are all good people. And the reason the conflict is brewing is because the state has put out ambiguous statements, and we would like clarity. And then we can ask the state to put on a presentation about how they plan to go forward at Jackson. But what a shame to have this conflict brewing because of the ambiguity.
Yeah, I certainly will agree with you that communication is not as robust as it should be. And I certainly think there's a lot to play here about how that lack of communication has created some of the conflict that we see. I think, but in my opinion, the most important role the board can play is to engage with the Natural Resources Agency, the Board of Forestry, to have dialogue with Jackson and the JAG, and to help inform the public and to help have that conversation from all perspectives. And I don't see this resolution achieving anything. I don't know. I don't. Right. If the management plan is already up for revision, I just don't see how this helps address what already is in the works. How this changes what's already moving forward.
So Michael, I know you got to go, but can I ask you one last question? Because I know you're
Sure.
on the Jackson Advisory Group and we've had some brief discussions. Has the Jackson Advisory Board requested additional staffing for Jackson? And do you think it's fair to say that the Jackson Advisory Board would like to see additional staffing resources given to the forest?
Absolutely. We constantly are encouraging, we communicate with Jackson, and they know this very much as well, that they need to fill in their roster. And we put together letters to the Board of Forestry. We don't have, a lot of authority to force the board to do anything, but we can say, you know what, we think that it's really important that you fill in capacity for communication and for outreach and demonstration. And we strongly recommend and have always recommended well beyond my tenure when the JAG was first formed, it was always a key element was to improve the communication from the forest and from CAL FIRE. And so we think that certainly there's always conversation within the JAG about how we can better improve communication and show the benefits and the good research that's coming out of the forest. And so, yes, we are, and if the board wants, and the Board of Supervisors, you all want to come together with us on this and push and encourage the Board of Forestry to support Jackson, that is absolutely incredible. And I'm working with them also to try to increase capacity through my own means by helping to build the outreach and education around forestry and the role Jackson plays in helping to inform management decisions and forest ecology on private and public land. So yes, there's always a need to increase capacity and the forest more help.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much to you all. I really appreciate your time. Thank you.
Next on the line is Kevin Conway, followed by Lynn Webb and Thomas Wheeler.
Chair Jurdy, members of the board, I'm Kevin Conway, the CAL FIRE Demonstration State Forest Program Manager. And CAL FIRE shares the desire of the board to maintain Jackson Demonstration State Forest as a fire-resilient and carbon-rich forest. In addition to carbon, Jackson has managed to provide multiple ecological, economic, and social well-being benefits to Mendocino County and the state of California. The premise before you is that Jackson is currently not aligned with the state's climate change goals or being managed based on science. And CAL FIRE rejects that premise, and I'd like to walk you through some of the contributions Jackson is making towards these goals. First, there is no ambiguity in the state policy regarding working forest lands. Natural and working lands play a major role in climate change mitigation, which is reaffirmed across all state plans to reduce greenhouse gases below 1990 levels. CAL FIRE's Demonstration State Forest Program is even directly identified as an existing state effort to achieve the state's 30 by 30 goals in the draft report. It, one, shows how forests can be managed for multiple objectives at once, and two, using the experiments and research conducted to help inform the management practices for California's private forest landowners. So please be clear that it is not ambiguity or inconsistency in state policy, but a disagreement among some of your constituents with that clearly articulated policy that you're addressing here. Deforestation refers to the loss of forest to another land use, and Jackson is a success story of reforestation. When it was acquired as a highly cut over forest land in the 1940s, it's then been nurtured into the forest you see today through 70 years of active forest stewardship. This also gives you a temporal perspective on how long it takes to affect change in the forest and CAL FIRE's long-term commitment to Jackson. JDSF provides both a safe and stable store of carbon and high carbon sequestration rates. That is, we continue to actively pull carbon out of the atmosphere. We estimate the total carbon storage forest-wide is 19 million metric tons, and we are actively sequestering additional carbon at the rate of 200,000 metric tons per year. Put that in perspective, every year, Jackson offsets the annual emissions of over 19,000 average California households, or about 20% of the population of Mendocino County. Our forest management activities are necessary to maintain these high rates of carbon sequestration and to improve the health and overall safety of our carbon stores. The state forests serve this purpose while contributing to the economic stability and diversity of your local communities by providing forest products and outdoor recreation opportunities which sustain local employment and the tax base. The premise of the resolution before you today is that JDSF is currently not aligned with the state's climate change goals or being managed based on science. I hope I've shown you here and in our written comments that that is not the case. We are concerned that adopting this resolution.
Kevin, can you please continue for a little bit? Kevin, can you unmute your mic?
Oh, thank you. So we're concerned that adopting this resolution as written today will provide your legitimacy to these false narratives. Lynn Webb will provide some additional focus on the scientific work being conducted. And I thank you for your time to address you today. And myself and the JDSF team look forward to continuing a conversation and partnership with you on meeting the state and county's ambitious goals for our forests, including those to mitigate climate change.
Okay, I see a question from Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, I appreciate you being here and the written response as well. Do you foresee the possibility of the governor's 30 by 30 triggering changes in the Jackson plan? Could that happen?
Well, I think you'll see that the management of Jackson will continue to evolve over time as the public needs change for it. And so, yes, there will be long-term changes that are going to occur because of that. What those are going to be, I can't predict at the moment. But also assure you too that in that draft report, the Demonstration State Forest Program is included as an existing state effort to meet the goals within the 30-30 plan. So we've been recognized as what we are doing now today is already being compatible and contributing towards those state goals.
Understood. So one of the problems we have is Board of Supervisors doesn't have another means to leverage to solve the community conflict beyond asking the state for review. And I imagine, just like me, you don't want to see this conflict between neighbors. And so I guess I'm asking your permission to ask the governor to ask CAL FIRE to ensure that the plan is up to date. And if it is and no changes are required, that's better than where we're at today.
So sure, I do, I share your concern, and, we strive to be a good neighbor to, Mendocino County and all of your communities here that we, either serve or provide a place for recreation on. I guess, my concern with the resolution as it is that, approving it as you state here applies, all of these whereas clauses that you have up here are, identifying the problem that you have. And, by passing it, it says that, CAL FIRE is not currently doing all of these things that you have listed in your whereases. And so I guess that's what I don't take issue with having our management be, reviewed by anybody. We are a open forest. We're open to the public to see how we're managing the land. We're open to any researcher that wants to come and do work on the forest. And so if you have a specific research question that you want to have answered, we are more than happy to work with you on that. And that doesn't require a formal resolution for you to make that request. As Dr. Jones pointed out, you can come to a JAG meeting, you can come interact with the JDSF staff. So, to answer your question specifically, you asking the governor to have our plan reviewed, I respect your authority to do so if you find that's in your best interest. My concern is that using these clauses as your justification for doing so is accusing CAL FIRE of, not currently performing those, where I think that we, have been recognized, and we've been trying to show you the information that, in fact, we are making great strides towards this.
And I want to recognize, I think you are making strides. I don't know if it's enough, and I don't say that to indicate that it's not. It's just I haven't, if the public, when they ask us, where's the science-based report, where's the presentation, and we go to CAL FIRE, what we get is, here's an event with some booths. I actually went to one of those and went around to the booths. I didn't hear questions being answered. And so, if the state has a problem, it may be with communication. And so going to the top and asking the state to document and publish and really be a partner in this, I think has potential to highlight the good work you're doing. I think it also has the potential to highlight that more could be done.
Supervisor Hashak.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chair Jurdy. Mr. Conway, you talked about the working forest aspect of Jackson State Forest. And what is the percent of cutting versus growth that you know of in Jackson State Forest?
So as anything on our forest, that's a complicated question, but in general, we are harvesting approximately 40% of growth on the forest. So, by no means, maximizing it for timber production, as some might suggest. And also, recognize that our focus is not on what's being removed, but on what we are retaining and how that is setting growing conditions for that forest that we are, stewarding out into the future.
So consideration of carbon sequestration is already happening. Is that what you're saying?
Oh, yes. I mean, keep in mind that we are in California and we are subject to the California Environmental Quality Act, which, compels us to provide that analysis of the carbon implications of each management step. In addition to that, we do have that overriding address of carbon in our forest management plan, which, as is being pointed out, was developed in 2016 and likely needs to be refreshed when we come back to the management plan in 2026. And that rest assured, I guess that will be done as part of that process.
Okay, and one last question is, with the timber harvest plans that you have going on, there's a process for public input into all of those at different steps.
There are. So, we have three, I guess, unique opportunities for the public to interact with us in a formal manner in our harvesting strategies. So the first is when we come to the Board of Forestry and they review our management plan, and that's done on a 10-year basis and sets the overall framework for which we, then propose our timber harvesting plans, which are, more of a site-specific analysis of how we're going to manage the forest. And then when we develop our timber harvesting plans, those start with our conversations with the Jackson Advisory Group, identifying areas that we want to harvest and making sure that what is being proposed is consistent with the management plan, and asking for their advice and recommendations on items that we have discretion over, how to include, such as some of our restoration activities, recreation, and research. And then we move into the actual permitting phase of the timber harvesting, and then that is another place for the public to formally interact with us and the regulatory agencies.
And right now you have some contracts out, right?
Yeah. So then once we have an approved permit in our hands, then we develop specific timber sales, and through that we have a competitive bidding process, and we get bids from mills or loggers or interested parties, and they will actually conduct the work of the timber harvesting, and within that we're exchanging some of the value of the timber for them doing work on those restoration activities, improving our recreation, and setting the conditions for some of our research to occur.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor McGordy?
Well, thanks for being with us here today, Kevin, and thanks to my colleagues who are trying to get ahead of this, rather large chasm of opinion between some members of the community and the professional people who are working in Jackson State for demonstration forest. And I'm interested, Kevin, have you tried to have conversations with people who are so critical of you, and what's been the outcome?
We have, and we've been fairly unsuccessful. They remain organized as a leaderless coalition. So we've, really not identified anybody that's willing to come forward and speak with us. When we have made some outreach efforts, such as when we originally went out to the first tree sit out in the Casper area, and we, removed that tree from the harvest as part of, a showing of good faith that we wanted to talk with these groups. The condition was set that unless there was a full moratorium on logging, that, we could not sit down, as a group with those folks, and that they needed a 6 to 8 week period after the moratorium was set to assemble a coalition to actually have a conversation with them. So we've had, we have not been successful in having any one-on-one conversations, and we've actually been frustrated in our ability to even communicate directly with the public, as was shown when we held our Jackson Advisory Group in August down in Fort Bragg, after normal work hours, to try to really engage the community and present information that addressed many of the concerns that were being brought up. And that meeting was shut down by some of these groups, prior to us being able to introduce that information to the public record and have that conversation with the public.
Well, I guess my question to my colleagues is that how do you look at this, and well, we can wait till later, we'll have a discussion afterwards. There's some points I want to bring up about how do you start a conversation, even if we do get what we want from our resolution.
Yeah, and we appreciate you having the platform here for everybody to speak. This is a good opportunity to hear from different factions of the community. So thank you for addressing this and providing this opportunity.
Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, just like we call them trees instead of timber. I don't know about that leaderless coalition. I think we're talking about the public. And the Board of Supervisors, you have 2 supervisors sponsoring this item because communication is broken down so badly between the state and the public. And we don't need to get into why or where. It's just happened, and we're stepping in because we represent these people. These are our residents. And when you see hundreds of people upset and no path forward for communication, I think it's appropriate that we initiate that conversation. This resolution does just that. It asks all the way up to the governor to get involved, begin the process on ensuring that the plans are up to date with his executive order, and set a process for communication. A lot of well-intentioned folks have gone to CAL FIRE hosted events where I believe there are passionate public servants sharing the research that's being done, but it's been in booths, right? This divide and conquer, spread it up. No real presentation, no decision makers present. And that doesn't go over well with our population. Maybe it can work in other counties. It won't work here with the people we have. They expect a decision maker and a real conversation. And if there's research that will be conducted, show it to us. Where can I go on YouTube and see that presentation now? And what is the hypothesis? What do we expect to learn? Is it being compared to plots elsewhere? Glenn, I guess in closing, I would ask you, can you put your name on the research? Do you feel that it's top notch, no room for improvement?
Well, no, because I'm not in a position as with my background to be able to really assess the research that's being done. I'm not a forester, and I not familiar enough with it to really agree with you on either being for or against the quality of the research. Certainly people who I respect are saying pay attention because it is a research facility, and it's the only place right now where landscape scale research is being done on redwood forests, which not all of it's in parks. There's still a lot of it that's working landscape, so it's important. So I'm not trying to diss anybody, but obviously people are really, really sensitive on both sides of this issue, and obviously there's a lot of community stakeholders with different points of view and different interests. So we got to be sure if we get this right, if we're going to do it.
If there's no more questions for Kevin, we'll go to the next public speaker.
Next on the line is Lynn Webb.
Hi, I'm Lynn Webb. I'm the Research and Demonstration Program Manager at Jackson Demonstration State Forest. I've been doing forestry work in Mendocino County for 30 years now. Thanks to Chairman Jurdy and the board members for an opportunity to speak. It's been challenging for us to get the word out. Regarding the resolution specifically, as a veteran of forest planning process, scientific panels are fine, but they don't always have the expertise to balance the whole forest needs for making recommendations for alternative management. That step would need a more inclusive process. I'd also like to share with the board and other folks that I routinely review and I utilize and even contribute to scientific papers. In the body of materials that have been presented, there are quotes from scientific papers that have been used extensively by some individuals. Please do not weigh the validity of the arguments by the number of quotes used. Individual quotes can be valid, relevant research, but used out of context, valid but irrelevant research, therefore not informative, new research findings that are in dispute or may ultimately be found not to be valid, and finally, there is really good, valid, appropriate research we should consider. I've noticed that folks who are not knowledgeable about forestry and fire ecology have made mistakes employing citations. Please ask, what is the knowledge base of the individuals using these quotes? We provided a letter with multiple pages of attachments for the board. And on page 7 of the attachments is a section about JDF's role. And demonstration is our name, it's our mission. It's what I'm really passionate about. How can we best possibly serve all the people of California and the Redwood region? That page has a map that shows that 84% of the land is privately owned in the Redwood region. Fortunately, the 30 by 30 recognizes working lands, and knows that Jackson can inform a 30 by 30. Carbon and climate have been an integral part of our research and growing. Our quality long-term data sets for both forest growth and watersheds date back 60 years. Since 2010, we've had multiple carbon-specific studies, and we're now at 6 greenhouse gas forest health studies that will fill information gaps for example, afforestation, quantifying smaller vegetation, droughty sites, biochar, the role of fire. I prepared specifically a 3-minute presentation, but I do know that we're eager to talk more about Jackson, and please take advantage of that opportunity.
Next on the line is Thomas Wheeler, followed by Estelle Clifton and William E. Lemos.
Hi.
You need to turn your speakers down in the background and it'll stop having that.
What about now?
That's better, thank you.
Okay. Hi. My name is Matt Simmons, and I'm calling on behalf of Thomas Wheeler for the Environmental Protection Information Center, or EPIC. First of all, I want to say that we support this resolution and that we're really happy that it's been brought forward by Supervisors Jurdy and Williams. The Jackson Demonstration State Forest should be managed for the highest and best use of public land and to reflect the environmental imperatives of our time, prioritizing forest carbon sequestration and storage, protection of sacred Native American cultural resources and sites, wildlife conservation, clean water, and recreation. The current management objective, which is commercial timber production, that's in the Board of Forestry rules, fails to protect the public's interests and should be reformed to meet today's needs for our public lands. On the subject of a moratorium, while we feel that this resolution is a really good first step, we're concerned that in the intervening time between a scientific study being done, so much of the forest will be logged that will be really set back. We've seen this on the North Coast in the past. Prior to the creation of Redwood National Park, the rate of logging in the land that was to become the national park increased dramatically. And so today, much of Redwood National Park is a bunch of, dense, small trees. That's what's left over after a huge logging scar. And we don't want to repeat that same mistake here. And so once again, I just want to emphasize that we support this resolution, and we think it's a good idea to have outside scientists, check over the work that CAL FIRE is doing, because this is a really, really important time in terms of the climate crisis. And up until recently, CAL FIRE was including in its timber harvest plans, that they were questioning whether climate change was even caused by anthropogenic sources. And so I just don't know how the same agency that's doing that can at the same time talk so much about, the importance of carbon storage and sequestration. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions that anyone has.
Supervisor Hatchcock.
Well, thank you, Chair Jurdy. So I guess my question would be, you referenced, Redwood National Park, and is that your vision for Jackson State Forest?
We don't have an exact vision. What I will say is that if you're cutting down the large, mature second growth trees, like we're seeing in, for example, the Casper 500 THP, what Jackson is going to look like whenever any sort of change happens is going to be very, very different. And it'll take, more than one person's lifetime to get the forest back to where it, the status quo after that logging. And so that's what's so important, is making sure that we sort of hit and I totally understand that this is not what we're talking about today. I just want to say that, this is why so many folks are talking about a moratorium, is because we want to sort of save what we can so that we're all sort of, going towards the same, so that we can all sit down and talk about it before, the status quo continues.
Next on the line is Estelle Clifton.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Good afternoon. Thank you for listening to all our input. I'm deeply concerned with the resolution because it does imply that the current planning processes have excluded, first, the alignment with the climate goals of the state, and that's all been discussed well before my time speaking today. You've heard that discussion, but in addition, the governor makes very clear that they see the future around forests being resilient, having some management to help mold those forests in that manner. And one of the whereases that I don't appreciate in your resolution especially is the looking at the adopted timber harvest plans. And so we have, a pretty thin pool of mills and contractors left in the area, and they're very valuable to achieving the forest stand treatments that we want to see for climate resiliency and carbon sequestration and everything else. So if you have approved plans that were open to the public and to the CEQA process and to the review and inputs, and folks chose not to engage with those, now to give a suggestion to the state that they need to revisit those active contracts and plans is a hardship to our very vital and fragile local contractors. So I'm talking about the licensed timber operators, as well as Willits Redwood, which is our last locally owned, family-owned sawmill here in Mendocino County. And so I don't believe that this resolution process has been, I know there's a conflict that's been brewing, and I think that some of the local CAL FIRE staff maybe hasn't been allowed to give media input as they may have if folks above them would have let them. So I think that some of that could have been headed off. If I was making a resolution, I would say, let's see CAL FIRE, engage with their PR to help bring the public in. And if the public refuses to attend or won't come to meetings, the board really to put this resolution implies that a moratorium should be put in or continued on the current halted timber harvest plans, and that's intolerable treatment of our local manufacturing and contractors. So I would hope you'd at least strike that, or I'm hoping you'll vote to not approve this without a public process, and that we have this 3 minutes to try to get in. I don't feel that process has been fair. And then I also, if you were to add some whereases, it would be that Mendocino County does not support delaying approved projects. You might as well, if that's the intent here, not to stop.
Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, I actually don't think the resolution calls for a moratorium. I don't think the word moratorium is used or implied.
Estelle, can you go specifically to the I'm not clear which resolution or which whereas you're referring to.
Whereas the California Department of Forestry and Fire Protection has adopted commercial timber harvest plans for Jackson demonstration forest. So adopted, we're talking about adopted plans. on goals not yet refreshed to reflect the state's recent climate commitments and has commenced logging. So you're implying there that we need to revisit adopted plans. So there's other harvest plans that are in the approval process that are still open to public comment, and there's future planning going on that is open to that process as well. But this resolution here specifically talks about adopted commercial plans.
But isn't it true that those adopted plans were adopted prior to the governor's executive order?
And so what is your intention by saying that? Are you trying to imply that those plans?
No, nothing is
revision or review?
Nothing is implied. So the whereas statements, those are the findings. What we're asking for is in the resolve section down at the bottom. We're asking the governor to have CAL FIRE ensure that the plans are up to date with his executive order. And it goes on to ask for wide-ranging scientific, recreational, economic opportunities. So yeah. I don't think we're necessarily in conflict. We're just saying that these plans were put in motion before the state adopted climate commitments. And we want to make sure that the plans are updated to reflect the climate commitments.
Including the adopted plans?
Well, I would, just in general, broadly, if the state is moving in a new direction on protecting the climate, all aspects of government should be updated to match the commitment.
And to that, I would answer that CAL FIRE does an excellent job of explaining why their forest is a strong sequester of carbon. And so there isn't an emergency to review these adopted plans. But I would say there's an emergency when you're sending signals that could, I know in this context of our discussion, you're saying, okay, we're not asking anyone to stop the logging, but the logging's already been stopped on the Casper 500, and that has had an impact on the economy of these businesses that have been affected. And so I think by referring to them here and also knowing, I get the emails from the Mendocino Environmental Center and the Climate Action locals, and they're specifically saying in their alerts, we have to stop logging on Jackson. And so the context of your resolution is that there's a large body of people whipping up a lot of this. I wouldn't call it hysteria, but I just say like it's a tool. Like social media shouldn't be a proxy for a democratic process. And so I think that the greater context of the discussion that's going on online and the intent of the folks that are asking the board to bring this forward, and I know it's been changed a lot to make it more tolerable. So if there were to be future changes, if the board really feels they need to send a signal that things that are occurring need to continue occurring, I would ask that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7th whereas be removed, and other edits that were proposed in the letter from the Farm Bureau Natural Resource Committee. I'm concerned of our contractors and our manufacturers.
Okay, thanks for your comments.
Next on the line is Bruce Burton, followed by William E. Lemos and Denise Leonardi.
Hi, is this Bruce? Am I on the line? Hello?
Yes, you are.
Good afternoon. Do I have the board? I assume that I do.
Yes, you do.
Thank you. Hello, my name's Bruce Burton. I am one of the owners of Willits Redwood Company and the purchaser of the Casper 500 timber sale on Jackson State. Chris Baldo and I started Willits Redwood in 1974 with just a portable sawmill and worked over the last 47 years to build our company. 12 years ago, my son Ernie decided to return to Willits and join our team after a dozen years of working in the city. We presently have about 30 employees, and our logging contractors, lumber trucking companies, and other vendors multiply that workforce we support. My mom and dad came to Willits after the war. Dad was the first forester for Russell Ells at Willits Redwood Products. As his career unfolded, he started Microfor, a local business which has been in Willits for over 60 years. In somewhat following his footsteps after college, I came back to town and within a couple of years started a business of my own. To help with that endeavor, I cajoled my college forestry friend, Chris Baldo, in coming on board. Together, we have built Willits Redwood Company. As the last family-owned sawmill in Mendocino County, we offer forest landowners a competitive option to the corporate-dominated operations in the county. We focus on products our competitors do not make. You will not find much of our wood in Home Depot. We purchase raw material throughout the county, and our presence in the market ensures that all landowners are getting a fair price. Our employees are hardworking people who count on Chris, Ernie, and I to do our jobs. And our job is first and foremost to ensure that they have a job. That involves day-to-day management and fair amount of forecasting. What demand will be, how much logs are worth, where will we find them, what market should we be investing in, what technology is important, how do we get and keep good employees? Questions most business owners ask themselves. Our employees and their families are entrusting us with this responsibility. I take pride in that trust, and they show us and work hard to maintain it. Many with us for 25 years or more. While we have had people retire, we rarely have anyone quit or let someone go. Many of their children have gone to college and are professionals, a living testimony to the American dream. Regarding Jackson State Forest, I am a licensed forester, and while I believe and understand more than most, I have not made it a focus to wholly understand the management plan on JSF, and I doubt you have as well. I do know that there are good and honorable people who have put their profession and their lives in an investment into Jackson State Forest, and they take their responsibilities seriously as we do ours. As a previous elected official, I understand the tactics of people who use the system to further their missions. In this instance, the board would be making a giant leap of faith. The economy of the county is your constituency. Your focus should be to promote and protect.
Mr. Chair, couldn't he please finish his comments?
I do see a question from Supervisor Hashak.
No, I just wanted to let him finish his comments.
Okay. So Bruce, continue.
The economy of the county is your constituency. Your focus should be to promote and protect what we have, and the challenge should be to how do we build it stronger. The resolution is not a part of that answer to that challenge. Thank you for the opportunity to address the board. If you have any follow-up, I'd be happy to address it. Thank you.
Supervisor Hashak.
Thank you, Chair Jurdy. So my understanding is that Mr. Burton has a contract with a timber harvest for a timber harvest plan in Jackson State Forest. Is that true?
Yeah, we have the Casper 500 sale is we purchased last January or February.
Okay, and what happens if, well, this operational pause that's happening right now, what happens if it continues or there's a moratorium?
Well, it's already happened, Supervisor Haschak. I mean, that represented close to 50% of our consumption for the year, and in one fell swoop, not only did the Anderson Logging Company, who we are under contract to do that job, they immediately had to find work for 40 employees that they had assigned to that task. That just happened overnight. Ours is somewhat deferred that we had to go out and find 5 million feet of logs pretty much after the sales season was over. Timber sales, just like Jackson State, tend to happen in the first and second quarter. And you get into the mid-third quarter, we were still optimistic we might start logging there by the 14th of September seemed to be the most optimistic thought. So we've really scrambled in trying to backfill that.
So where did those logs come from that you backfilled?
Well, yeah. I mean, they came out of Humboldt County and they came out of Santa Cruz County. We're not particularly excited about that. We like to do business locally, but we simply ran out of options at the end of the day. To pay more money for them, obviously have a bigger footprint impact, in trucking wood that far.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, I don't see the conflict de-escalating. would it help your business and your wage earners if we could get this conflict behind us?
You know, we had a sale on Jackson State in 2001 when another conflict arose, and we did not get to harvest that sale until 2008. And we had certainly hoped that the efforts that CAL FIRE had put in those intervening 7 years had mended most of the fences that needed to be mended. You can never mend them all.
We have 28 callers left on the line. Next is William E. Lemos, followed by Denise Leonardi and Anna Marie Sternberg.
Hi, this
William, you can begin speaking.
This is William Lemus. Thank you, Chair Jurdy and members of the board for allowing me to speak on this issue. I'm the co-chair of the Mendocino Trail Stewards, and on behalf of the Trail Stewards and the board, I'd like to support the resolution as it's been written, resolution number 21. This is a conversation starter. And I think as it goes to Sacramento, it becomes something that can direct legislative action for a common consensus on the future of the public lands, not only in Jackson Demonstration State Forest, but on all public lands in California. The 30 by 30 vision, the CAL FIRE that is part of this Jackson Demonstration State Forest reminds me of the Marine Life Protection Act discussions that we had when the California legislature passed the Marine Life Protection Act in 1999. As a stakeholder in the North Coast discussion, it was often a friend of mine or a neighbor of mine sitting across the table who had a completely different view of how to manage the marine protection areas that are imposing upon the legislative action that happened in Sacramento. So I strongly urge you to begin this conversation in Sacramento, get it to the governor's desk. On another front here locally, a boots on the ground perspective and a strategic outlook from a neighbor of Jackson State Forest and from a local citizen is that if CAL FIRE would just stay out of the residential areas, a lot more dialogue could take place with a lot clearer vision about what the management plan is for Jackson State. In 2018, just across Road 409 from us, a number of clear cuts took place all the way up to Observatory Hill. And if you want to take a walk and look at those clear cuts, you'll see that slash piles are still remaining from that 2018 cut. And if you've looked at some of the research done by climatologist J.P. O'Brien, he sent Google Earth pictures of what's going on Parlin Fork. And on that tributary, it looks like dozens of clear cuts are either in the process of happening or have already happened. And if that's what CAL FIRE is saying is okay, one of the reasons people are saying that there has to be a management change is because of the will and strategic plan that interfaces with the recreational users that by the dozens are using the forest.
Supervisor McGordy?
A quick comment. I think that's one of the things that if there were changes in how Jackson State Demonstration Force operates, I think kind of integrating a principle of trying to make it so that public vistas are not heavily impacted, and that there are places where the public is traveling, like along trails close to urban areas, should be managed for late sterile stage. I'm looking at their map that they have, and that's not the case right now. So it's something that I would certainly advocate.
Next on the line is Denise Leonardi, followed by Anna Marie Sternberg and Joanna Laliker. Denise, you can begin speaking when you're ready. If you could please unmute.
Oh, hi. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, hi. I actually called in, so I don't know if I can speak again, but I am just for 4A, and that's all I wanted to say because I already called in. Thank you.
Next on the line will be Anna Marie Sternberg. Anna, you could begin speaking when you're ready.
Yes. Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
First, let me ask before my 3 minutes start. There's 2 students at the Mendocino High School that are signed up to speak, and they won't be able to speak if they don't get to speak now because school will be out. Is it possible to give my seat to them and I can talk later? It's Ravel and Sarah, those 2 people, young students at Mendocino High School.
So quickly, Anna Marie, are they on the phone with you, or would they be on a separate
They're at
line?
the school. They're at the school waiting for their turn.
We have them on the line. We can move them up if that's all right with you, Chair Jurdy.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you.
Next on the line is Ravel Gothier. Ravel, if you could please unmute.
My name is Ravel Gautier. I am 12 years old and a 7th grader at Montessori Del Mar Community School and a climate activist. When we think about the environment, when we think about climate change in particular, we tend to look toward the future as if we have an infinite amount of time to solve the problems that we have created for ourselves. We see it as tomorrow's worry because we will not feel the effects anytime soon, most likely not even during our lifetimes. But if we keep cutting down trees, burning coal and gas, and drilling for oil, my generation will be the ones to suffer. You are here today to vote on a resolution that will call for a science-based review of the management plan for Jackson Demonstration State Forest, which I wholeheartedly support. I feel that continued logging in JDSF would result in an exponential increase in fire risk and the effects of climate change in Mendocino County. While such a review is obviously in order, I would push for more concrete action in the near future, possibly consisting of an indefinite moratorium on logging in JDSF. While CAL FIRE argues their plan is strategically thin and manage the forest in order to reduce catastrophic fire danger, numerous old-growth redwood trees that have been alive for centuries have been marked for cut. According to a study on national forest lands in Oregon and Washington, while large diameter trees, upwards of 21 inches in diameter, only made up 3% of all trees within these forests, 42% of the carbon stored above ground by trees in these forest ecosystems was stored by such large trees. While CAL FIRE argues that their logging practices are sustainable and prevent wildfire, piles of slash up to 30 feet tall have been left in forests and fallen branches scattered across the forest floor, creating a bed of perfect fuel for the entire forest to ignite. Finally, according to a study by the World Health Organization, the mortality rate as an effect of climate change will rise to 250,000 deaths annually from 2030 to 2050. Do you feel that you are authorized to make a decision that would endanger the lives of my generation and generations after mine in Mendocino County? That is what you would be doing by voting no on this resolution. Thank you for your time.
Next on the line is Sarah Rose.
Hello, my name is Sarah Rose, and I am a 15-year-old sophomore at the Mendocino Community High School. I want to start by thanking you for this resolution. It is an extremely important step to save Jackson Demonstration State Forest. I have been involved with the coalition to save JDSF since late last spring, and I am here to urge all of you to vote in favor of this resolution for my future. The climate crisis has been a huge part of my childhood. I knew from a very young age that it would be the biggest threat to my future. The climate crisis will affect every aspect of life for all of us. This is becoming clearer each year. Our wells are running dry, there have been record high temperatures, and fire season is starting earlier and ending later. If we do nothing, the climate crisis will be the end of humanity. The world knows this. For the last week, world leaders have been meeting in Glasgow to come up with climate solutions. They made a lot of empty promises with no tangible action being taken. This is your chance to do what our world leaders aren't. This is your chance to make a real climate difference. JDSF is home to thousands of acres of second growth coast redwoods. These trees sequester more carbon than any other trees on Earth. Cutting them down would release hundreds of thousands of pounds of carbon dioxide into our atmosphere, exacerbating the effects of climate change unbelievably. If cut down, they will not regrow in my lifetime. Redwood is a luxury wood, and the redwood industry is a luxury that we cannot prioritize over our collective future. The current management enforced by the California Department of Forestry and Fire Protection prioritizes the short-term economic gain over the long-term health of the planet. JDSF needs to have a management plan based on modern science. This demonstration forest needs to demonstrate sustainable forest management that will help to improve the health of the forest and the planet. This forest has amazing climate mitigation potential, and the management needs to maximize that potential. This resolution is a huge first step, and I sincerely hope that it passes, but it's not enough. We need a moratorium on logging until all parties can sit down and evaluate the current plan and create a new one. I grew up in the redwoods. We love where we come from. The place you're from is a part of you. So when I heard the redwoods were being cut, I knew I had to do something. I joined the coalition and have seen amazing strides made over the last 8 months through community and legislative outreach, government-to-government consultations from Coyote Valley, and direct action. We have worked so hard and done so much, but we need your support. We need you to pass this resolution, and we need you to support us in a moratorium. Saving this forest can make a change that will affect forests around the world. We need this forest to remain healthy, carbon sequestering, and beautiful for my generation and my children's generation. We are the ones that have to live with what this planet becomes. We have to face the reality of climate change. So I'm stepping out of my classes to be here today because I want to live in a world where I don't have to spend the rest of my life fighting for a livable future. I want real climate action, and I want it to start here. Thank you.
Next on the line is Denise Leonardi. Next on the line is Joanna Laliker. Joanne, you can unmute when you're ready.
Okay, thank you so much. So I am in support of the resolution 4A, and I want to thank you so very, very much for bringing this forward. I know that it is also a conversation starter, and I really hope that we take this all the way to Sacramento and let the governor review the practices. The clear cuts are in many areas in Jackson, and slash is everywhere. If you're not aware of this, there are many groups that will can take you out there and show them. Clear cut is not, that is intolerable practice. It is intolerable to be cutting these large redwoods in close neighborhoods. Outside scientists must check CAL FIRE's research. The JAG meeting that they've talked about so much, JAG, they don't reflect science of not cutting the trees. They do research on cutting the trees, but if we're going to do carbon sequestration, we can't start that study, cut the trees, and then start again. It just doesn't work like that. That's why we need the moratorium. So we're not leaderless. Look to Michael Hunter. There's a good leader you can look to for more information. This is commercial logging. It's exactly what it is. You can see it. The public, Kevin Conway said something that he doesn't know what the public future needs. I think we had 2 young people that just said what the public future needs will be. We need to have these trees standing to mitigate climate change. And we have a recreation economy now. So let's get on board with that. And that's what I have to say. Thank you so much.
Next on the line is Ernie Burton, followed by Mary Rose Kazarowski. Ernie, you can unmute when you're ready.
Okay. Good afternoon. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. My name is Ernie Burton. I work at Willits Redwood Company, last locally owned and operated sawmill in Mendocino County. I'm born and raised in Mendocino County, and I'm someone who left the county, university and professional experience, and then returned to raise a family and continue a family business. Regarding the motion before the board this afternoon, the Board of Supervisors should not approve the resolution that is presented. This resolution requests the state of California to perform a review of JDSF management. However, JDSF management is already managing for these goals. This is like the Board of Supervisors asking the DMV to perform an eye exam before issuing a driver's license. Simple answer is they already do that. This resolution wants JDSF to be a part of the state's 30 for 30 programs. It already is. The resolution wants JDSF to protect wildlife and riparian corridors, to work with indigenous tribes, and to evaluate carbon sequestration, to address wildfire resiliency. The truth is it already does all these things. There seems to be an assumption that CAL FIRE is self-dealing. They are the only agency that has a review of its own timber harvest plans. Not the case. In order to get a plan approved, it must be approved by the independent Jackson Advisory Group, biologists, geologists, archaeologists, and botanists, as well as Fish and Game, Water Quality, and the California Geological Survey. There's also a misunderstanding that a preserve is some kind of solution. A working forest sequesters more carbon than a preserve. It is more resilient to wildfire. It provides roads, bridges, culverts, and infrastructure for recreation and wildlife habitat. The JDSF grows more fiber than is harvested each year. This is an important point. The forest is growing more timber than is being harvested with the current management tools in place. And compared to what? We have a local resource that provides habitat, watershed protection, recreation, and economic sustainability. Who would give that up? What is going to fill the gap? Plastic, concrete, timber from countries in which we have no say how the forest is managed? Because we cannot get our Casper 500 logs, Willits Redwood has already been forced to backfill our log supply with logs from Sonoma County, Humboldt County, and Santa Cruz County. Mendocino County loses on all counts. Our money goes elsewhere and it creates a larger carbon footprint. The resolution I would request you pass today is that the Board of Supervisors supports local manufacturing of local materials by people from our county. Thank you.
Next in the line is Anna Marie Stenberg. Anna, you can begin speaking when you're ready.
Yes, hi, this is Anna Marie Stenberg. I'm a Mendocino Coast resident for the last 40 years. I've been actively involved in community organizing on environmental and social justice issues. When I first heard that a young high school student was up in a tree in Casper 500, I went to go see what was going on. And when I got there, I found out from the trail stewards people that he was up in the tree, but there wasn't anything that could be done about saving the trees around us because the plan was already approved. So I let the community know that that's what's going on. And within 36 hours, there were 43 community members at 4:30 in the morning blocking the gate to Casper 500. These were community members that hadn't been involved in any kind of direct action in the forest. And since that time, there have been more and more and more people involved. These are community members that live around the forest, that see for themselves what's going on there. We don't need studies to see that. We don't need CAL FIRE to tell us what's going on. They see what's going on and they don't want it to happen. This is the people's forest. We are taking the lead on what to do from the tribes. Michael Hunter, chair of the Coyote Band of Pomo Indians, has offered to take you out there to see what CAL FIRE has done to the people's forest. No one has taken them up on that. They've gone out there with CAL FIRE, but they haven't gone out to see the real destruction, like the community members that live by it see. This resolution is a wonderful start. I understand. I thank Ted and Dan for putting it forward to try to resolve the problems in the community. But the only thing that's going to resolve the community's problems is a moratorium where we get to sit down and talk about the issues. This is a first step. I support the resolution, but we need to stop the logging. The people have stopped it. We've been out there. They've been out there doing blockades. There's been a couple dozen of them in direct action, and it'll continue until the people's force is protected. Thank you very much.
Next on the line is Mary Rose. Mary, you can unmute when you're ready.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
My name is Mary Rose Kaczadowski. I live in Fort Bragg. I support your resolution. Do you know research, demonstration, and recreation are the three main operating elements of JDSF as listed on the website? Do any of you see the conflicting elements here? One of the professional degrees I hold is in public policy and natural resource systems. I studied plant science and dendrology in JDSF. I participated in discussion with many others with CAL FIRE and in JAG meetings. I have video of these actual discussions. I suggest everyone go online to CalTrees if you can figure out how, in order to review the Santa Rosa region THPs where JDSF is located and see the problems I'm talking about. This is not about the old divisive trope pitting environmentalists against loggers or special interests using social media to shut down logging, as a speaker mentioned before. That rhetoric is recklessly tossed around. The cry from the public is to ensure the resiliency of these public-owned forests in the face of climate change and asking for placing a moratorium to resolve inherent contradictions in the mission of JDSF, as I outlined, and issues found in standing THP rules. Jackson Demonstration Forest operates under CAL FIRE and California Board of Forestry, who in turn regulates logging. The Board of Forestry, stacked with timber industry interests, govern the THP rules, and the regulations are outdated in their response to unprecedented and historic impacts of climate change and how forests have enormous potential in mitigating climate change. And this is not in alignment with the governor's plans. The scientific community agrees that present approaches to logging forests contributes to climate change. And I put the reasons why in the paper I sent to you. We'd like to think that sustainable logging is not about clear cutting. And under so-called sustainable forestry practices, logging terminology is not often understood by the public or policymakers. And this is not about pitting against each other. There is a lot of contradictions here. And there's an environmental justice statute that we have to follow here in California. So please understand that CAL FIRE is putting information about what we're doing is not accurate. And I have participated in those discussions, and I don't like misinformation being put forth when I saw otherwise. So I think there has to be a congruency here, and look at the 3 different missions of Jackson Demonstration Forest. They contradict each other.
Next on the line is Elizabeth Stover. Elizabeth, you can begin speaking when you're ready.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Can you hear me? Can
Yes,
you
we can. Yes, we can hear you.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth Stover. I'm a Mendocino resident, retired teacher, forest activist, and grandparent. I'm commenting in favor of Resolution 21. While I'm deeply thankful for this resolution, I feel it needs to go further by requiring that the scientific study be conducted independent of CAL FIRE by climate scientists, and that a moratorium on all logging and JDSF be upheld until the results of the study are completed and implemented. If business is allowed to continue as usual for short-term contracts, we have no guarantee that the trees will regenerate at the rate they once did, given the changing climate. Our wells ran dry this summer. Do we really think we can afford to wait 100 or 200 years for the felled trees to grow back? And I'd like to also comment about the public comment part of the THP approval. For Casper 500, this was during the time that the COVID-19 had just broken out, and people were unable to be thinking of that because they were in a panic about their own health. Anyway, I know that people are fighting for their survival economically during these times, but we can't afford to hold our heads in the sand. As the report on climate change from the UN shows, we must act decisively now to avert a climate catastrophe. It's widely recognized that intact redwood forests have a capacity to sequester more carbon than any other forest type and are crucial to mitigate the effects of climate change. All of our survival is at stake. We have no time to waste, and forest protection here in Mendocino is within our grasp. Thank you very much.
Next on the line is Jack Sebald. On the line, so we'll be moving on to Lynn Pascal. Lynn, you can begin speaking when you're ready.
Hi, this is Lynn. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, this is, thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak. This is Lynn Pascal. I'm a neighbor to the Jackson Demonstration State Forest. I just wanted to comment a little bit on research. Michael Jones was talking from, I think it was from UC Berkeley. I wasn't sure, but he was doing some research there on fire. And everybody seemed to really pay attention to what he was saying. And he was saying that fire has not been used as a tool prior to the project that he was working on. And that's, to me, that's kind of what this resolution is saying, is we need to look at up-to-date science on how to manage a forest, and in conjunction with the 30 by 30. And the state kind of needs to walk the walk when it comes to, you know, its policies and how it runs its agencies. So I just want to say thank you so much, Supervisor Jurdy and Williams, for sponsoring this. Our economy is definitely a big part of the economy right now is tourism. And I think keeping this forest intact really is the best thing for the local economy and the well-being of the people. I know we're not supposed to talk about logging necessarily or ending logging altogether on the Jackson, but you know, the Jackson, in its management plan, we've looked at the management plan thoroughly. Someone had said nobody really looks at the management plan, but the Jackson Demonstration State Forest Management Plan says it will try not to cut trees that are 48 inches in diameter or more. And we've seen 100 plus trees out there marked for cut. So I strongly urge folks to come take a tour of the forest themselves. I'm here every day on the ground. I see a huge spider web of roads of the likes I've never seen on public land before. So I think this is a great resolution in conclusion, and thank you.
Next on the line is Doopy Stevenson Fryer.
Hi, everyone. My name is Doopy. I am 16 years old. I live in Casper. I am a student at Mendocino Community High School and Mendocino College. I am here today to ask for your full support to ask Governor Newsom to halt all logging practices, including hack and squirt inside of JDSF. Since last May, I've been involved in this, trying to stop logging just down the road from my house. All these species of trees are vital to maintain a healthy forest. The coastal redwood sequesters more carbon than any other tree on the planet, while tan oaks provide food for local native tribes, local foragers, and different species. All the trees have a place in the forest. They help each other thrive, and and all the research is there to back it up. We have cooler temperatures, fog drip, and healthy amazopure networks, mycorrhizal networks in the same area within JDSF, while other areas like Chamberlain Creek are poisoned with amazopure and destroyed in the name of fire prevention. Please support a resolution to go to Governor Newsom's desk today. I'm counting on you to help secure my future. Thank you for your time.
Next on the line is Devin Bower. Devin, you can unmute and begin speaking when you're ready.
Good afternoon, Board. This is Devin Bohr with Mendocino County Farm Bureau. And due to time constraints, I will defer to several of the comments that were brought forward by Estelle Clifton representing what we submitted from our Natural Resources Committee. One point I did want to ask today, since there is some overlap in this climate conversation, is that we want to kind of find out where the board's involvement is with the current committee process that's been in place. So we were looking at recent documents, and some of those were presented today. And we looked at the guiding principles for the Climate Action Advisory Committee. And listed under Building Consensus, it states that we listen with open minds, value all voices, and take every idea seriously. We strive to build consensus for our group, the community, and the planet. So it is unknown if the committee in this process of talking about climate related to Jackson State outreach to Jackson State management, if they outreach the Jackson State Advisory Committee, or any of the members of the local forestry community prior to developing these recent documents related to the forest. So the board should be aware of the answer to this, since the board ultimately should be ensuring that the principles of consensus building are being followed. So we do support the board working to look at all sectors of the community when discussing the overall management of our public lands. But we want to reiterate that these are for multi-purpose use models that benefit forest health, local economies, and various public interests, including the 30 by 30 goals. So in the context of this item today, we would ask that those questions be addressed.
Last on the line is Richard Ginger. Richard, you can unmute and begin speaking when you're ready.
Oh, good. Okay. I'd like to make a few comments. 3 minutes is pretty quick. A lot of stuff needs to be done by everybody a lot longer than that. But I'm a resident of northern West Mendocino in Dan Jurdy's district, and has been involved for about 50 years from up there, including the struggle for the Sinkyone Wilderness Coast. And I think that some of the things that are going on here that still apply, that came from that struggle to prevent Georgia Pacific from liquidating the old growth along that coast, is the Epic versus Johnson case from Appeals Court 1985. It said the cumulative effects were required to be considered and were not, that adequate consultation with Native people needed to be done and wasn't, and that the general population of California was not assured that the Native American heritage was being protected. And I would contend that all of those three parts of that decision have not yet been complied with and need to be in Jackson. And also connected to that, you should check out the CAL FIRE report of their archaeological management from 1970 to 2004 to get some more perspectives. One of the big deals here is CAL FIRE. It's one of the world's finest firefighting and emergency institutions or outfits. And they've gotten really far away, especially with all these catastrophic fires, to actually being connected to the kind of stewardship that needs to be applied to Jackson. And modern times require some updates on this. CAL FIRE has sort of a, they're the big dog in California agencies, and they have said, it's been said in hearings at the Board of Forestry and whatnot, that they have social license now because of their role in protecting communities and forests, and they don't have to worry about it. And this is a quote from their former head of resource management. They don't need to waste time arguing with the public over management issues. and this is the time that this stuff needs to be dealt with. And it's good that the supervisors have this to help to trigger a real actual look. And the actual look needs to be not just a CAL FIRE centric, but just before AB 1492 is passed to bring oversight from the Resources Agency, there needs to be multidisciplinary evaluations go on. And there's a lack of transparency. The public needs to be actually a part of the whole process and not just be told that the lead agency knows exactly what to do and they're doing everything good for them. Because that hasn't worked. I really appreciate everybody that's trying to make a viable economy in Mendocino, but a lot of the short-sightedness on that is what led to the destruction that was headed up by LP and GP and left us with a forest that is susceptible.
That is the last caller on the line, and now we have 50 voicemails. Would you like us to play them, or would you like them sent to the full board?
So Dina, given the time, it's already 3:30. I'm suggesting that they be transmitted to the board members, but unless the board wants to hear them all right now, I'm just looking back to the board. Okay, Supervisor Mulhern.
I'm happy to receive them via email. I read all of the other correspondence that was submitted over the weekend.
Supervisor McGordy.
I feel the same way.
Okay, so Supervisor Heshek.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. Can we take a break?
I think that was where I was going to go to next. So we will take a break and come back at a little after 3:45. that there was one more speaker that had signed up. Is that the case?
Yes, it is. We have Denick Murphy on the line. You can begin speaking when you're ready, Mr. Murphy.
Okay, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Perfect. Okay, just a moment here. So my name is Denick Murphy. I am a resident of the Mendocino Coast and have spent thousands of hours in the JDSF hiking from the coast to near Willits. I speak in support of Resolution 21. The discussion thus far from those opposed to this action is largely theoretical and abstract. The reality is that forestry practices on the ground target the largest trees in the forest, those that are most fire resistant and most valuable in terms of carbon sequestration. There are also certainly smaller trees that are logged, but everyone here knows that the larger trees are the most valuable and the most sought after. The cleanup is done to save time and money, and what is left is a scar on the landscape. The economics of logging are in direct conflict with carbon sequestration. I should say the current economics of logging are in direct conflict with carbon sequestration and certainly in conflict with the public's use of the forest. The other issue at play here is change. We have a huge institution in CAL FIRE and large economic interest in the logging industry. Their actions thus far are largely against change, and they have done all they can to resist it. The JDSF has a promising mission to lead the way in addressing forest sustainability. The quicker we change the mission to JDSF, the better. It is time to change. The resolution before you helps to move that process forward. I urge you to support the resolution. Thank you.
That concludes public comment.
Yeah, well, I want to thank all the speakers for being so respectful and constructive in their comments. And I think this will help the board, with this discussion now going forward. So looking back to the board for board member comments, thoughts, Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you. I also want to thank all the speakers and those that wrote in. It's very interesting to see such a diverse amount of petition or of opinions come over one resolution where we're all reading the same thing, but we're not all reading the same thing. And so I did have a question for the two supervisors. I mean, is it your intention that the resolution would cause a pause on the current timber harvesting plan that's in place in those contracts?
It's not requested. I think it would be a stretch to assume that it would cause a pause. And, I understand wanting to keep status quo, especially where local industry is at stake. But we don't have a mill in Fort Bragg. We don't have a vibrant fishing industry. That didn't come about by activism or, the public asking for restrictions. It just came about from a changing environment. And the climate is changing abruptly, and we don't get a say in that. Our only say is in how we adapt to it. If we think that sending a resolution to the state will trigger review and will change the plan substantially, well, that highlights that not passing it is fighting to prevent science, right? Because all we're asking for is review. If we don't think it'll have any impact, what's the harm in asking the state to perform a scientific review? I think we all know when the state looks into it, they will find the current plans are somewhat stale. And that will only make the forest stronger, will only create more jobs, will protect the recreation industry that we have. Visitor economy is strong. People come up to enjoy that forest. It's a national treasure. They don't want to go out there
and see the trees were removed because we were a couple years late in applying the state's new climate commitments.
And also to answer you directly, Supervisor Moore, no, that was not the intent to call for a moratorium. And that's why there's no reference to it. It was not intended to be part of the resolution. Other questions, comments? Supervisor McGordy?
So first, I want to echo the comments about how well behaved, really, the folks who called in were, and I especially want to thank the young students who called in and participated, because in 1968, my career path began when I went to hear a lecture from Paul Ehrlich, and he wrote a book called The Population Bomb, which was kind of scary. A lot of his ideas turned out not to be exactly correct, but it really set me down a path of looking at an environmental friendly way to grow food, and it was kind of the beginning of the whole concept of sustainability, at least from my point of view. And here I am today, many years later, but that was a turning point. And as a high school student, age 15, in Aptos, California, that was a changing moment. So I really appreciate that young people are trying to be engaged, and because it is their future, and it's something that we're being asked to kind of decide as supervisors. So we have some assets and liabilities with this business in front of us, and the assets are that we're showing that we're concerned, that we want to have a meaningful dialogue that can help guide the county and the businesses and residents that are here. Then liability is just a little bit outside of our purvey, and so we don't really directly regulate forestry. We are proponents of economic development. I'm very sensitive to losing well-paying jobs. I can't see every logger going to wait tables or change sheets at a B&B or something along those lines. So I want to protect those workers. It seems kind of strange at this late date that CAL FIRE would be okay in clear cuts. I mean, clear cuts are so out of date for redwood forest type as a way of management. It just seems like really strange that anybody would even contemplate that. If we're going to grow forests to produce quality timber and also sequester carbon, what we want to move towards is late cereal stage forestry, something that mimics it, which is older trees. And I don't think that, and we have this issue because, of course, we stocked forests at the rate of 300 or 400 trees per acre. Probably 20 to 50 would be a more normal late stage cereal stage forest, which means big trees, which means sequestering a lot of carbon. It's really clear that the age class trees 150 years and older in the redwood type really fixes carbon. So that should be something that we're moving towards. And I don't think that a preserved forest is necessarily the right way to go, because I subscribe really to holistic resource management, which says there has to be some sort of impact on a working landscape, whether it's grazing, fire, thinning trees, whatever. Because if all you do is rest a landscape, you start to get what's called senescent and decadent growth, which means that basically it's what your lawn looks like when you haven't mowed it for 3 or 4 months. You see a lot of dead stalks and things in there that are no longer living. And of course, that creates a fire danger, and it's not productive growth. Whereas if we mow the lawn, then you're keeping your ground in a real active kind of condition, and that's when you fix the most carbon. And so it is with most landscapes, whether it's chaparral or redwood forest. So I don't want people to think that this is on the way to making the Jackson State Demonstration Forest a museum. Jackson State has a really unique role to play because it is the one place where we can test out new theories, new adaptive theories for managing forests as climate change occurs. And I agree with Supervisor Williams. It's coming at an awful fast pace. Things are happening now that were predicted, and it's in our time. It's right now. It's not something that's just in the future. So in the end, I'm leaning towards supporting the resolution with a little bit of reluctance, just because I don't want it to be accusatory of CAL FIRE of not being completely sensitive to the fact that they are trying to apply science, that they put a lot of time and effort into thinking through plans. There are good researchers working in the forest, and so that's a positive thing. At the same time, I also don't want to stifle our timber industry too, because I'm a person that lives in a house that's made of old redwood, and I use redwood, and probably most of you do too. You've got redwood in your building, so it's an important and unique product that's very much part of our region, and I'd really hate to see an end to it in the marketplace. When we have to bring logs in from other regions, the carbon footprint really goes way up. So I still think we need to have local production of the things that we use. So those are just some of my thoughts on it.
Supervisor McGorty, Supervisor Hashak.
Well, thank you, Chair Jurdy. Yeah, I want to appreciate the people who made those comments. It was very civil and well-informed. I do think that there is a miscommunication going on, that some people think that, this resolution is going to create a moratorium or a museum, a park. And I agree with Supervisor McGorty in that, Jackson State Demonstration Forest has a place, and it has had a role in our economic development in our county. It has a place for those experiments and best practices, hopefully, that carry over into the private industry. And what goes on in Jackson State Forest is helping to create those timber harvest plans and the forest practice rules that the industry is based on. So, I certainly am empathetic to the people who see the clear cuts or, experience a cutting right near their house in their backyards and everything. And there should certainly be that consideration taking place. There are parts of the resolution that I wish it were otherwise, where CAL FIRE was engaging with the public, in a more consistent manner, let's say. And, because there is conflict, but, I worry that there will be a conflict, a continuing conflict, unless the whole thing is a, park. And I don't think that this Jackson State Forest is set up to be a park. I don't think the state has that intention. And I'm worried that, there's some unintended consequences of creating, that kind of park, which certainly it would be harmful to the timber industry in inland Mendocino County. And I think that it will not be beneficial to the growth of the timber itself, the trees. So with that said, I wish that we could really engage with Jackson, Advisory Council, or what's it called, the JAG. And I think that we should do that along with this resolution. If we're going to do the resolution, let's make it our resolution too, to engage in the Jackson Advisory Group and be part of that process moving forward.
If that's a motion, I'll second it. And I appreciate, I think we're pretty close in agreement on everything that's been said. And this would help us. A lot of the forest is in the 4th and 5th district, and a lot of the conflict is over here on the coast. And I every time I hear about tree sitters and activists blocking roads, I worry we will have a member of the public get hurt on public property interfacing with public servants. And, to the people of Mendocino County, process is almost as important as the outcome. And being able to say that we've started a process, we're going to work with the state it may be in the end, not everybody's happy, but I think there's value in going through that process, and it's never a mistake to get more science on the table and more documentation. So I'm with John. I would feel comfortable inviting the JAG, inviting CAL FIRE to give a workshop on their research to date and what they plan to learn going forward.
So for clarification, Supervisor Hashak, would that be the motion?
Yeah, I guess the motion would be to accept the resolution and to commit to working with CAL FIRE and have a board involvement in the Jackson Advisory Group.
Okay.
Is that what it's called?
Jackson Advisory Group.
Okay.
And for clarification, and we don't have to resolve it right now, but is it contemplated that it would be maybe a board workshop on a non-regular board day, that we could have this joint discussion? In other words, the whole board, or is it, a subset of the board?
I would support the full board, but it depends on, I guess, a show of interest.
I think it should be the full board. This is one of our legacy assets in the county, and we want to be sure that we're all fully engaged. And it affects all 5 districts too, because I mean, there's timber jobs or people who work in them in the interior, as well as in the coast, as well as people who love trees in all 5 districts, including me. So I like to have a working forestry industry, but that doesn't mean I don't love going to old growth trees. It's something extremely special, and it's part of my heritage too. If we go back to the Celts, they worshipped in the forest. That was their first cathedrals, and they revered oak trees. And it's not a stretch to think that it's not part of our ancestry, not just Native Americans, but many of us.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. I just wanted to clarify that. So it'd be a future board workshop with the Jackson Advisory Board and with CAL FIRE. And of course, a public meeting. Okay, any additional comments at this time before a vote?
Just the decorum in this session has been a lot better than when forestry has been discussed in the past. I really hope we can work with the public to keep that as our model. I know there's a lot of heated feelings in multiple directions, but it was a really good show today.
Agreed.
Okay, can we have a roll call?
Yes, can I restate the motion for clarity? Adopt resolution requesting scientific review of Jackson Demonstration State Forest, commit to working with CAL FIRE and have board involvement in the Jackson Advisory Group, and authorize chair to sign same.
Yes, that's correct.
Yes.
Okay, Supervisor Mulheron?
Yes.
Supervisor Jurdy?
Yes.
Supervisor Hashak?
Yes.
Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
And Supervisor McGorty?
Yes.
The motion carries unanimously.
Okay, well, thank everyone for today's work, and we will be back tomorrow for day 2 of the Board of Supervisors.